Today marks the beginning of my favorite time of year, Christmas, and I'll probably spend most of this weekend decorating the house and listening to YouTube videos play in the background. So I figured it was a good time to revisit some of my favorite Christmas episodes that I've done here on the channel as I make a Victorian mulled wine from 1845. So let's get ready for Christmas, this time on Tasting History. So before we dive into the older Christmas episodes, I figured I should make a new recipe, a new really old recipe, seeing as it is from 1845. It's one of my favorite holiday drinks, mulled wine, from Eliza Acton's Modern Cookery for Private Families. It says, to mull wine, an excellent French recipe. Boil in a wineglassful and a half of water a quarter of an ounce of spice, cinnamon, ginger slightly bruised, and cloves, and 3 ounces of fine sugar until they form a thick syrup, which must not on any account be allowed to burn. Pour in a pint of port wine and stir it gently until it is on the point of boiling only. It should then be served immediately. The addition of a strip or two of orange rind cut extremely thin gives this beverage the flavor of bishop. Bishop being smoking bishop, a drink that I have done here on the channel before. Now, this is the type of mulled wine that is a descendant of the medieval Hippocras, or even the ancient Roman conditum paradoxum, and really the only major difference is the amount and type of spices being used. Also, many of the older recipes either don't use sugar or don't use as much sugar, but I like sugar, so this is a good sweet mulled wine. So for this recipe, what you'll need is 6 tablespoons or 90 milliliters of water, 1 stick of cinnamon, about a dozen cloves or so, and 2 good slices of fresh ginger, then a quarter cup plus 3 tablespoons or 85 grams of sugar, and 2 1/3 cup or 1 imperial pint of good port. Then an optional strip or 2 of orange peel. So the first thing to do is get a medium saucepan and add the water and the sugar and stir to try and dissolve the sugar. It'll also continue to dissolve as we heat it. Then she says that she wants the ginger slices slightly bruised, so take them and gently hit them with a hammer. Then add those along with the cinnamon and cloves to the water and sugar mixture and set over low heat. The goal here is to let this warm up very slowly because the longer it takes to heat, the more time those spices will have time to infuse into the syrup. So just make it into a syrup and then go ahead and add the port wine. And if you are adding some orange peel, you can add it now. Once the sugar syrup is fully stirred in, then let it slowly come to a gentle boil. Then as soon as it boils, remove it from the heat and serve. And here we are, Victorian mulled wine from 1845. I love the smell of mulled wine. I was just in Europe and already the Christmas markets are getting going and they have mulled wine, or Glühwein in German, absolutely everywhere. And I actually want to do a whole video on Glühwein because I found an interesting recipe which includes eggs. Anyway, let's give this a taste. Oh, that's good. It's because it's good port. It's not too sweet, just sweet enough for me. Honestly, you could add any spices that you want. She calls for some pretty specific spices, but anything would be good. And now that I have a warm holiday drink in hand, let us have a visit from the ghost of tasting history past, starting with figgy pudding. In one of the opening scenes of A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, Ebenezer Scrooge declares to his young nephew Fred, "If I could work my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled in his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart." That's my best Scrooge you just got there. Now, old Ebenezer clearly does not like Christmas, so I'm guessing he's not going to be watching this video. Humbug. But for those of us who just love the season, I give you a traditional Dickensian Christmas pudding. Now, there are recipes for plum pudding or figgy pudding, which are pretty much the same thing, dating all the way back to the 1600s. But what I wanted to find was a pudding that's actually called a Christmas pudding. And the first recipe I could find came from the 1837 American cookbook, The Housekeeper's Book. But that's not the one that I'm using today, because just a few years later in 1845, Eliza Acton published her seminal work, Modern Cookery for Private Families. And the reason that I'm using that one is because someone on Instagram sent me an early edition of the book. It smells amazing. Does anyone else do that? I don't know. I love the smell of books. So the fact that I have this, how could I not use it? So thank you, Joshua, for sending me this, my first early edition cookbook of any kind. The author's Christmas pudding. To 3 ounces of flour and the same weight of fine, lightly grated breadcrumbs, add 6 of beef kidney suet chopped small, 6 of raisins weighed after they are stoned, 6 of well-cleaned currants, 4 ounces of minced apples, 5 of sugar, 2 of candied orange rind, half a teaspoonful of nutmeg mixed with pounded mace, a very little salt, a small glass of brandy, and 3 whole eggs. Mix and beat these ingredients well together. Tie them tightly in a thickly floured cloth and boil them for 3 hours and a half. We can recommend this as a remarkably light, small, rich pudding. It may be served with German, wine, or punch sauce. So this pudding is made with a traditional pudding cloth rather than a basin, which would be more commonly used today because it's a lot easier. So much can go wrong with a pudding cloth, as is seen by my first abysmal attempt. So feel free to use a basin if you want. There will be no judgment on my part. But even a cloth is better than what would have been used to make puddings in the Middle Ages, which was the stomach of an animal. So, yay cloth. Now what you'll need is 3 ounces or 85 grams of flour, 3 ounces or 85 grams of breadcrumbs, 6 ounces or 170 grams of beef suet. Now, beef suet is the protective fat around the kidneys and liver of a cow, and it's going to be pretty much impossible for you to find if you're living in the United States. Other countries, you're probably going to find it, not in the US. But you can go ahead and use either lard or Crisco because they're going to melt at about the same temperature, close enough. Butter actually will work as well, despite the fact that it's going to melt at a lower temperature. 6 ounces or 170 grams of stoned raisins. So these are actually the plums in plum pudding. Until recently in England, plum just meant any dried fruit. So these are the plums. They wouldn't have actually had plums in the plum pudding. So plum pudding, figgy pudding, Christmas pudding, all the same thing. 6 ounces or 170 grams of currants, 4 ounces or 113 grams of minced apples, 5 ounces or 142 grams of brown sugar, 2 ounces or 57 grams of candied peel, 1/2 teaspoon of nutmeg with a little mace mixed in, a pinch of salt, 3 ounces or 88 milliliters of brandy. She's not very specific actually on how much to use, so I use 3 ounces, but you can use more or less. We're going to be adding a lot more later on, so it's up to you. And 3 eggs. So the first thing you've got to do is prepare your pudding cloth. You're going to want something made out of either calico or muslin. Cheesecloth is not going to work for this. A piece about 3 by 3 feet is going to be more than ample for this size pudding. Boil it for 20 minutes. While that boils, get a large bowl and add in all of your pudding ingredients. Now bring us some figgy pudding, now bring us some figgy pudding. Then mix everything well together and set it aside until your cloth is ready. After 20 minutes of boiling, take the cloth out of the water and lay it on a flat surface. Now to quote Chef Louis from The Little Mermaid, "It's gonna be hot in that big silver pot, so I suggest using gloves and or tongs." Now Eliza Acton says to just flour the cloth, and in theory that should work, but in practice, yeah. Luckily, Queen Victoria's own chef Charles Francatelli, deigning to write for the working classes, says that it should be a well-greased and floured cloth. And I can tell you, it's going to work better. So with a bit of suet or lard or butter, grease the cloth and then rub the flour in. You're not going to overflour the cloth, so don't be shy. Then line a medium bowl with the cloth, flour side up, and forming your pudding mixture into a ball, place it in the bowl. Then gather up the cloth around it and give it a tight twist, trying to leave no room around the pudding. Then wrap a piece of string or another piece of cloth, don't use twine for this, around the twist and tie it as tight as possible. Then put another pot of water on the stove and place a small plate upside down on the bottom. This will keep the pudding from burning. Then heat the water to a rolling boil. Once it's boiling and not before, pick up your pudding and give it one last shaping. You're going for a perfect cannonball shape, but it's a lot harder than it looks. I did not get that. Then set it in the water and cover the pot. Now today it's more common to just steam a pudding, so you'd only need like an inch of water and you're kind of good to go, and you just watch it and make sure it doesn't boil away. But since we're boiling this pudding, the water needs to come up fairly high, at least halfway up the pudding. It's a lot harder, but that's the way that it's done. Now that plate that we put on the bottom is going to be rattling around as long as the water is boiling, so as long as you're hearing that wonderful rattling, then you are good to go and don't need to add more boiling water. Charles Dickens actually mentioned this wonderful sound in A Christmas Carol. The two young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off into the wash-house, that he might hear the pudding singing in the copper. If the singing stops, and actually before the singing stops, you really need to add more water, and it needs to be boiling water straight from the kettle. Don't add room temperature water because it's going to lower everything and it's not good. Make sure the water is boiling. Now this pudding only boils for 3.5 hours, which is nothing compared to the huge puddings that might have to boil for 8 hours. Now after a couple documentaries, or 3.5 hours to be precise, go ahead and remove the pudding from the pot and set it in a bowl for a few minutes to let most of the water drain. Then hang it to fully dry. Now it's supposed to age in a cold, dry place, but I live in LA, so that's not going to happen. So I actually took the pudding, once it dried, out of the cloth and put it into an airtight container and stored it in the refrigerator for a few weeks. And a few weeks is plenty of time to talk about the history of Christmas pudding. It's not going to take a few weeks, I promise. Now the origin of plum pudding, as is its association with Christmas, is a little murky, and that's because a lot of what we know about the traditions of Christmas around the Middle Ages and the Renaissance actually come from the Victorians, who were famous for just making stuff up. And even today, it's kind of hard to tell fact from fiction sometimes. I have been taken in by those dastardly Victorians on several occasions. But what we do know is that at least by the 16th century, the English were celebrating Christmas with copious amounts of alcohol-induced revelry, wassailing from house to house, and feasting on rich foods such as mince pies. This is when mincemeat was actually still meat. Might make for a very good episode, actually. They also ate something called plum porridge, a proto-plum pudding, if you will. But then came the War on Christmas. The actual War on Christmas, when in 1644 the Puritan-led English Parliament banned Christmas celebrations as recalling the sins of our forefathers who have turned this feast, pretending the memory of Christ, into an extreme forgetfulness of him by giving liberty to carnal and sensual delights. Sounds like a nice Christmas to me. Anyway, these killjoys of English history ended up doubling down a few years later when they decided that all shops had to remain open on Christmas Day. Oh, there are even stories that town criers were sent out the night before, ringing bells and shouting, "No Christmas! No Christmas! No Christmas!" Now luckily that original act was abolished in 1660 when the monarchy was restored, but it actually took centuries for Christmas to get back to the grand holiday that it once was. But one of the first traditions that we do see return to the holiday was the eating of rich foods, specifically plum and figgy pudding. And in the 17th and 18th century, as England started to spread itself around the globe, plum puddings were a perfect way to celebrate with those people who might be thousands of miles away, because you could send them a Christmas pudding in June, and when it finally got there in December, it was still good to eat. In an 1887 article in Good Housekeeping, just after that magazine started, it's been around for a while, there's a story about a Colonel Hazard who went on holiday and he was gone for 2 years, during which a plum pudding had been delivered to his house and it just sat there for 2 years. And when he got back, he boiled it, afterwards musing that a good plum pudding, like the wheat found in the old Egyptian mummy cases, would keep all right for 1,000 years. Now, as plum puddings followed soldiers across the sea and around the globe, the pudding came to symbolize the British Empire itself, specifically in political cartoons of the day. One famous cartoon called The Plum Pudding in Danger shows William Pitt and Napoleon Bonaparte carving up a plum pudding globe, Britain getting a noticeably larger slice. And then plum pudding got its big Christmas break when in 1843, less than 10 years after England finally made it an official bank holiday, Charles Dickens forever solidified the dessert's association with Christmas by giving us a lovely description of it at the Cratchit house. "Hello, a great deal of steam! The pudding was out of the copper. A smell like a washing day, that was the cloth. A smell like an eating house and a pastry cook's next door to each other, with a laundress's next door to that. That was the pudding. In half a minute, Mrs. Cratchit entered, flushed but smiling proudly, with the pudding, like a speckled cannonball, so hard and firm, blazing in half a quartern of ignited brandy, and bedight with Christmas holly stuck into the top. I just love that excerpt, but I do think it's weird to describe the smell as like a laundress. I mean, I would never want a cake that was considered downy fresh, but, you know, it's the 19th century, I guess. Also, I have decided to bring back the word bedight, which means adorned. So next time you need to use the word adorned, which is often, I'm sure, make sure to use the word bedight. Let's bring it back. Now, it was soon after A Christmas Carol was published that we start to see a lot of the modern traditions around the Christmas pudding starting to crop up. Some people think that it should be made with 13 ingredients to symbolize Jesus and the 12 apostles, and some think that it should have coins and other choking hazards cooked inside as little prizes for good luck. But the most famous tradition is that it needs to be made on the last Sunday before Advent, called Stir Up Sunday, because in the Book of Common Prayer, the collect of the day says, "Stir up, we beseech thee, O Lord, the wills of thy faithful people." Then everyone goes home and takes a turn stirring the Christmas pudding, clockwise, which, come to think of it, I don't think I did, so that's not good. Anyway. And the reason for making it so far in advance is because supposedly, after a month of aging, the flavors really come to life. Even Charles Dickens himself said, "Puddings will keep good for several months and only require to be boiled for an hour at the time of serving." And that's why I actually made my Christmas pudding way back in October, so that today it can have aged for about a month. And now it's time to reboil our pudding. So let's do it. So on Christmas Day, or filming day in my case, you just go ahead and rewrap that pudding and basically do exactly what you did, either boil or you can steam it for about an hour, just to, get it nice and warm again. Now, Eliza Acton says that you can serve this with either a German, wine, or punch sauce. You don't have to, but you can. And I actually ended up making the punch sauce that is in the book. So I have put that recipe, it's fairly easy, put that recipe down in the description if you want to make it. But you could also use like a nice custard. It's a lot prettier because sauces in her book, they're very liquidy because they're extremely alcoholic. And speaking of alcoholic, that seems to be a hallmark of the Christmas pudding. Our recipe, of course, had brandy in it. Other recipes have you soak the fruit in brandy before putting them into the mixture, and others have you pour brandy over it every few days while it's aging. But all of them basically say, afterward, you put a little brandy on or around it, that's the tradition, and then you light it on fire. Which brings us to some more history. So there was a game associated with the brandy called Snapdragon, or Flapdragon, as Shakespeare called it, and Samuel Johnson defines it thus: a play in which they catch raisins out of a burning brandy, and extinguishing them by closing the mouth, eat them. And in the 1709 magazine Tatler, Richard Steele says, "The wantonness of the thing was to see each other look like a demon, as we burnt ourselves and snatched out the fruit." So at first it was just a bowl of brandy, but then as soon as puddings became a thing, they started making a little moat of brandy around the pudding and took them out of there. And by the 19th century, there was actually a little song associated with the game. "With his blue and lapping tongue, many of you will be stung, snip, snap, dragon. For he snaps at all that comes, snatching at his feast of plums, snip, snap, dragon." There are actually a bunch more verses, so you can look them up if you want. Also, in one of my favorite books ever, Through the Looking Glass and What Alice Found There by Lewis Carroll, there's a creature called the snapdragonfly. Its body is made of plum pudding, its wings of holly leaves, and its head is a raisin burning in brandy. Crazy dangerous holiday game. I do not suggest you do it, especially when you learn that this was actually a children's game. Those crazy Brits. Now let's light this thing on fire, shall we? And here's our Christmas pudding. Now I put a little sprig of fake holly in there. I wouldn't use real holly because it is poisonous. Granted, you're not going to probably be eating it, but you know what? Why risk it? So use fake holly if you need to. Also, if you're going to light this on fire, please remove the holly. I tried it first using the punch sauce that I made, but it couldn't light, so I ended up using just plain brandy. And voila! Gorgeous. Now kids, do not try this at home, and if you are going to do it, make sure you have like a pot or something that you can snuff it out with. Otherwise it will end up like burning the fruit, and it doesn't smell good because we let it burn too long. So I'm gonna slice myself off a piece here. I think a little bit of liquid might have gotten in there because it should hold together a little bit more firm. Mine kind of crumbled, but it still looks pretty good. So let's add a bit of this sauce. And give it a try. That was alcoholic. Woo! It's really good. It's really raisiny. I mean, I guess that's why it's called plum pudding, because that is the flavor that you're getting. If you don't like raisins, you're not gonna like this. If you don't like brandy, you're not gonna like this. But if you like raisins and brandy, you're gonna like this. It's just so much fun. The texture is really nice. It's not stodgy or anything, but it's not dry. It's not too moist. It's really kind of perfect. Yeah. It's a lot of work though, and a lot of calories. So there's actually a wonderful saying from the 19th century that says, "Fair girl, be warned, when Christmas comes, reject that pudding stuffed with plums." But I, for one, am not going to reject this pudding. In fact, I'm going to eat the rest of this piece right now. So make sure to follow me on Instagram at Tasting History with Max Miller, and I will see you next time on Tasting History. I ask you the question that all youngsters ask at Christmas time. Does mincemeat actually have meat in it? Well, no, not today, but it did. Like in this recipe from Victorian England for mincemeat pie. So at the time that I'm filming this episode, Tasting History is getting dangerously close to hitting 1 million subscribers.
Wow.
So if you have already subscribed, thank you so much. And if you haven't, now is the time. So there are so many recipes for mincemeat pie through the ages that I really had trouble deciding which kind I wanted to do. Modern mincemeat doesn't have meat in it, so that's not very historical, but medieval mincemeat almost only has meat in it, and that just doesn't really remind me of Christmas. So I finally decided on a Victorian mincemeat pie recipe from Eliza Acton that has some meat. Mincemeat, author's receipt. To 1 pound of an unsalted ox tongue, or inside of roasted sirloin, add 2 pounds of fine stoned raisins, 2 of beef kidney suet, 2 pounds and a half of currants, 2 of good apples, 2 and a half of fine Lisbon sugar, from half to a whole pound of candied peel, the grated rinds of 2 large lemons, and 2 more boiled quite tender and chopped up entirely, with the exception of the pips. 2 small nutmegs, half an ounce of salt, a large teaspoonful of pounded mace, rather more of ginger in powder, half a pint of brandy, and as much good sherry or Madeira. Mince these ingredients separately and mix the others all well before the brandy and the wine are added. So that is her recipe for mincemeat, and it makes like 30 pounds of mincemeat, so I'm paring it way back. Also, she has several ways of making them into pies. Some are covered and some are not. I'm going to go for uncovered because I like the look of them. So for this recipe, what you'll need is a half cup or 45 grams of ox tongue or roast sirloin. I know which one I'm choosing. A heaping half cup or 90 grams of raisins, 3/4 of a cup or 90 grams of beef suet. That is the fat from around the kidneys of a cow, and it's actually really wonderful and used in a lot of baking, but it's kind of hard to find here in the US. You can get it online. I'll put a link in the description to where you can get it, as well as a vegetarian version, but you can also just use butter. It's not exactly the same, but it works. 1 cup or 120 grams of dried currants, 3/4 of a cup or 90 grams of apples, 1 heaping cup or 115 grams of sugar, 3 tablespoons or 50 grams of candied peel, 1 teaspoon lemon zest, a half-boiled lemon, though you'll need to boil a full lemon, 1 teaspoon of nutmeg, a half teaspoon of salt, an 1/8 teaspoon of mace, 3/4 of a teaspoon of ginger, 2 tablespoons of brandy, 2 tablespoons of a dark sherry, and then either short crust or rough puff pastry. She mentions both being used, so either one will work just fine. Also, this might come as a shock, but in this mincemeat recipe, you'll need to have all of your fruit and meat minced. I even cut my raisins in half just so they'd be about the same size as everything else. So in a good sized bowl, mix the fruit and the beef, and then mix in the suet, And then I find it best to mix your spices, salt, lemon zest, and sugar separately, just so they'll coat everything more evenly when you add it to the meat and the fruit. Then finally pour in the brandy and sherry and give it one last mix. Then cover the bowl and put it in the refrigerator at least overnight, but preferably up to a week. Honestly, you can actually keep this, if you put it into sterilized jars, for over a year, which is why she's making like a wheelbarrow full of mincemeat. Once the meat has rested, line a tart tin with the dough and then spoon in a bit of the mixture, then pop the tray in an oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 175 Celsius for about 15 minutes or until the crust starts to brown. Now this recipe should make about 24 pies of minced meat, a recipe which has changed quite a bit over the years. The mincemeat pie is but one in a family of meat pies that gained popularity in medieval Europe. The mingling of meat and spices popped into pastry was all the rage with the upper crust who could afford the crust, the meat, and the spices. These early pies were probably something like the chewits on flesh day that I made a few months back. Then at some point during the Middle Ages, in a kitchen of some unnamed noble, a cook realized that if you add a bit of sugary fruit to the meat, it helps flavor the meat as well as preserve the meat. That's the reason that even today you could eat a mincemeat pie from 1974 and probably be just fine. So this mixture was a proto-mincemeat, but the pies tended to be massive, with about 90% being meat and 10% or even less being fruit. Mostly figs, raisins, and apples. And they were called shred or shrid pies because the meat was shrid. Then around the Tudor era, the term changed to minced pies. A recipe from 1624 for 6 minced pies of an indifferent bigness called for mutton loin and leg of veal, and it included much more fruit than the recipes of previous centuries. And these pies seem to be most popular during the winter months, which makes sense because that was the time when fresh meat and fresh fruit were harder to come by, and so the association with Christmas was inevitable. In his collection of poems on Christmas traditions, the 17th century English poet Robert Herrick wrote, "Drink now the strong beer, cut the white loaf here, the while the meat is a-shredding for the rare mince pie, and the plums standing by to fill the paste that's a-kneading." That poem has a weird cadence, and I couldn't figure out how to read it to make it work, but there it is. And he warned that these pies were so good that they needed to be kept under a watchful eye, lest they be purloined. "Come guard this night the Christmas pie, that the thief, though ne'er so sly, with his flesh hooks don't come nigh to catch it." Unfortunately, as coveted as they were, the mince pie was about to hit some hard times brought on by some hard people, the Puritans. Oliver Cromwell and his cronies deemed everything about Christmas as popish folderol, and in 1644 Parliament banned all Christmas celebrations, accusing them of giving liberty to carnal and sensual delights. Which they do, God bless them. Well, in this blanket ban of all things carnal, of course, meat pies were at the top of the list. Now there is an urban myth that says that these 17th century bans on mince pie were never actually lifted, and to this day, if you are caught eating mince pie on Christmas, the magistrate has every right to throw you in the clink. This is of course not true because there was never actually any ban that called out mince pies specifically, and even if there had been, of course it has been repealed, but the myth persists. And it's perhaps because the writers of the time used mince pies specifically to ridicule the Puritans' ability to link absolutely anything to Catholic papism. Christmas? Give me my beads. The word implies a plot by its ingredients, beef and pies. The cloistered steaks with salt and pepper lie like nuns with patches in a monastery. Profaneness in a conclave? Nay, much more. Idolatry in crust. Babylon's whore. I do clutch my pearls. Now, one reason that some people think mince pies might have been so offensive to the Puritans was that in addition to being shaped like stars or castles or fleur-de-lis, some claim at Christmas the pies would have a decoration on top in the shape of baby Jesus, which was a puritanical no-no. Though it's probably more likely that this was actually an invention of later centuries. So who knows why the Puritans hated them so much. Now, while the shape and decoration of a mince pie may seem inconsequential to us, in the 17th century, it was a matter of life and death. In The Exaltation of Christmas Pie, the author tells of a man who found mince pies only safe to eat when shaped like little boats, that they might swim down his gullet the easier, and indeed, he was a mighty enemy to four-cornered pies, for he said they were used to stick in his throat. Also important was to eat them at the right temperature. My advice, my beloved, to you is that you eat them cold, for I have heard of a bridegroom that was killed before he could lie with his bride for adventuring to shovel hot minced pie down his throat for a wager. I find that completely believable. Now, as time went on, the mince meat dwindled and mince fruit kind of took over as the pie until the 18th century, when the only meat that was used was a little bit of usually cow tongue or calf's tongue or whatever meat you had lying around. But the danger of eating them never fully subsided. In fact, it just got worse. Mind you, in England and here in the US, mince pies remained popular despite their ever-blackening reputation. In 1860, a Reverend Thomas Wentworth Higginson wrote that mince pie is very white and indigestible upon the top, very moist and indigestible at the bottom, with untold horrors in between. And the Woman's Home Companion declared, positively, no stomach can digest mince pie without injury, and no intelligent woman in these enlightened days serves it to her family. They were considered so indigestible that an article from 1899 suggests that eaters of mince pie first ingest capsules of sand from the shores of Lake Michigan so they can digest food as chickens do. Mom, I don't feel well. Well, did you eat your sand today? I didn't think so. They obtained such a reputation that in the 1890s, the San Francisco Chronicle felt the need to publish a recipe for harmless meat pies. They are said to be hygienic and safe to eat. And if you ever read any recipe that opens with, "they're said to be safe to eat," make something else. Now, a food that causes indigestion, while inconvenient, has never really hindered its popularity. I mean, I eat Chipotle all the time. But what if that food was deadly? One story from 1872 claims that a Michigan boy of only 3 years old died after receiving burns from a mince pie that his mother had taken out of the oven. Supposedly, she had failed to vent the pie properly, and it exploded. Now, I do question the veracity of that story, but one story that did happen involves mince pie and murder. Chicago, 1907, a young wife has been murdered, shot in the head by her husband, one Albert Allen. Was it self-defense, a lover's spat, or was it mincemeat madness? It was this way. I ate 3 pieces of mince pie at 11 o'clock and got to dreaming that I was shaking dice. The other fellow was cheating and I tried to shoot his fingers off. When I awoke, I was holding the pistol in my hand and my wife was shot. She had it coming. She had it coming. Sorry, I couldn't resist. What's crazy is that this indigestible, deadly pie was the most popular pie both in England and here in the US. In fact, it was the pie that was sent during World War I to US doughboys on the front to remind them of home. And it became really popular during Prohibition because there was a loophole that allowed alcohol into some canned foods. And canned mincemeat at the time had a 14.1% alcohol content. But with the repeal of Prohibition and as apple pie became the symbol for American patriotism, all talk of mincemeat pies retreated to British shores and YouTube channels about food history. So once your pies are baked, you can take them out of the oven and let them cool. Now, you can eat them warm, despite the 17th century warnings against it. You can eat them warm, but you can also eat them at room temperature. I actually prefer that, and I bedight mine with a little powdered sugar for effect. And here we are, Victorian mince pies. They look so harmless. They smell good too. Let's have a bite. This is so much better than the ones that you get today in the store. They're so often today just like sickly sweet. But this, it's sweet, you know, it's a dessert, but it's more fruity and the textures are wonderful. It's not really mushy. Everything is soft, but everything is very individual. There is no goop to it. Also, I love the lemon. That is really what distinguishes it from a modern mince pie. I think it's the boiled lemon, maybe the lemon zest, but there is certainly that citrusy flavor without the tartness, without the sour quality. It's just bright and really, really quite nice. What's interesting is that, so mostly I get like the raisins and the currants and the apple, and then at the very, very end, you get that kind of meaty, there's meat in it. But it's very, very slight, and I don't mind it at all. Because of the spices we used, it really does have that Christmas feel, but it's also different than what you usually have at Christmas. So really all I have left to do is take a cue from little Jack Horner, who sat in his corner eating his Christmas pie. He stuck in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "What a good boy am I." That kid had no problem with self-esteem. So thank you again to Wondrium. Make sure to follow me on Instagram, Tasting History with Max Miller, and subscribe if you haven't. I'd love to get to 1 million by Christmas because why not? And I will see you next time on Tasting History. There's an old Christmas song that goes, "Here we come a-wassailing among the leaves so green," but I ask you, what the heck is wassailing? Well, let me explain over a nice hot steaming cup of wassail. So thank you to my Patreon patrons for supporting this channel for yet another year. To you, I raise a cup of wassail, once I've made it. This time on Drinking History. So the thing with the word wassail is that it has a multitude of meanings. It can be a salutation, a type of song, a toast, a party, or even a drunken fight. Though it's what those who are wassailing are drunk on that concerns me today. As Samuel Johnson described it, it's a liquor made of apples, sugar, and ale, anciently much used by English good fellows. Hear, hear. But even then, that definition is rather narrow, because wassail, the drink, could be made from wine or cider or ale, sometimes brandy. It really changes throughout the centuries. But one of the most popular types of wassail, and I think the one that Samuel Johnson is trying to describe in his dictionary, was called lambswool, a drink that answers the question, what if this applesauce could make me drunk? Lambswool is merely a variety of the wassail bowl. Formerly, the first day of November was dedicated to the angel presiding over fruits, seeds, etc., and was therefore named Lamassoul, that is, the day of the apple fruit, and being pronounced Lamassoul, our country people have corrupted it to lambswool. Recipe: mix the pulp of half a dozen roasted apples with some raw sugar, a grated nutmeg, and a small quantity of ginger. Add 1 quart of strong ale made moderately warm. Stir the whole well together, and if sweet enough, it is fit for use. This mixture is sometimes served up in a bowl with sweet cakes floating in it. So to make this, you'll need 6 apples, and the ones that they would have probably used for most of history are crab apples. As Shakespeare's Love's Labour's Lost described the drink, when roasted crabs hiss in the bowl. But most of us don't have access to crab apples these days, so any tart apples will do. 1 quart or 1 liter of ale, a half cup or 105 grams of brown sugar, or more or less, it's really up to you. It is supposed to be rather sweet though. 2 teaspoons or 1 whole nutmeg, 2 teaspoons of fresh ginger. You can also use about 1.5 teaspoons of dried ginger. So first, core the apples and set them on a lined baking sheet and bake them at 350 degrees Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius for 45 minutes. When they're done, you should be easily able to remove the skins and then mash them up as fine as you can. Then add in the brown sugar, nutmeg, and ginger, and mix it all together as well as possible. And there you basically have applesauce. Then you're going to heat the ale up over a low heat in a pot just until it is steaming. You don't want it to boil. And once it's steaming, add the applesauce and mix it until it's combined, and then let it steep, again, not boiling, for about 5 minutes. Now, as I said, this is just one of many versions of lambswool or wassail in general. And sometimes instead of using apples, they'll mix it up with eggs or ground almonds. There are just so many versions of this drink. But the version that we are making today does seem pretty standard. In fact, there is a poem from the 17th century by Robert Herrick where he describes essentially this. "A health to the king and queen here. Next crown the bowl full with gentle lamb's wool, add sugar, nutmeg, and ginger, with store of ale too, and thus ye must do to make the wassail a swinger." So here's hoping our wassail is indeed a swinger, though I think first I should delve into some of those other definitions of wassail. So first thing to figure out is where the word wassail even came from. Some believe that it started with the Old Norse wassail, which then went into Anglo-Saxon wassail, roughly meaning be in good health. And how the phrase was used is not entirely clear, though it is mentioned in one of my favorite poems, Beowulf, which was written in the centuries leading up to the year 1000, and there it's used as a sort of salute. Again as erst begin in hall, warriors wassail and words of power. This is likely the oldest use of the phrase that was written down, though it may have been used much earlier if the rather dodgy history of medieval historians is to be believed, which it usually shouldn't. But for argument's sake, in Geoffrey of Monmouth's 12th century bestseller, The History of the Kings of Britain, he described a banquet where Vortigern, the 5th century king of the Britons, entertains the Saxon mercenary Hengist. Hengist's daughter, Rowena, greets Vortigern with a bow and offers him a goblet of spiced wine and says, "Wassail," or be in good health, to which the king replies, "Drink heil," or drink and good health. And from that day to this, the tradition has endured in Britain that the one who drinks first at a banquet says "Wassail" to his partner, and he who drinks next says "Drink heil." Vortigern and Rowena end up falling in love, getting married, and the rest is history. At least in Geoffrey of Monmouth's history, which is mostly myth. But that's beside the point. Now, while he was writing about events that took place centuries before that likely never actually happened, another Anglo-Norman writer, a poet, did mention wassail being used as a toast by the Saxons on the eve of the Battle of Hastings in 1066. "Rejoice and wassail, pass the bottle and drink healthy, drink backwards and drink to me, drink half and drink empty." And maybe if they hadn't drunk so much, the next day would have gone better for them, but doubtful. Now, as I said, they used that phrase, wassail, as kind of a toast. And that phrase, to toast, actually may have its roots in wassail. Even in the recipe that we're using today, it mentions that little cakes can be served in it. Not with it, but actually in it. And this comes from an earlier tradition of putting manchet, or fine white bread, inside of the drink. Tradition has it that once the drink was all gone, the highest ranking person there, or whoever was being honored, would be given this piece of toast that was sodden with alcohol to eat, kind of like the fruit at the end of sangria, but more soggy. And the practice, which, while not very common today, I think, is mentioned in several famous songs about wassailing. "Wassail, wassail, all over the town, our toast it is white, and our ale it is brown. Our bowl it is made of the white maple tree, with the wassailing bowl we'll drink unto thee. Our wassail is made of the good ale and cake, some nutmeg and ginger, the best we could bake." And songs like this are still sung all around Britain as people go wassailing. And this is where the word wassail goes from just being a noun, either a salute or a drink to someone's health, or the drink itself, to a verb. Sometimes today it's synonymous with caroling, going door to door singing Christmas songs, but that is definitely the more tame version that became popular during the Victorian age, for the practice started out with more pagan roots. It was an old practice of farmers, not only in Britain but all over Europe, where during the winter months they would go out to their orchards and pour cider and other alcohols onto the roots of their fruit trees in the hope that it would help them produce more fruit in the next harvest season. "Wassail the trees that they may bear you many a plum and many a pear, for more or less fruits they will bring as you do give them wassailing." The practice also often included the singing of songs to ostensibly frighten away any evil spirits that were living amongst the trees. And eventually, it started taking place mostly on the 12th night of Christmas, and they would ask the baby Jesus to also bless the trees, and that is how wassailing and Christmas got all tangled up together. And then at some point during the Middle Ages, the practice of wassailing expanded. Perhaps it was because the farmers were drunk after wassailing all of their orchard trees and would come into the towns and, it would just kind of spill over. But I think it was because all of the people who didn't have any orchards to wassail just wanted to get in on the public drinking and singing. And so wassailing became a tradition of going about the town from door to door, singing and hoping that the lord of the manor would spread some of that good old Christmas cheer. "We are not daily beggars that beg from door to door, but we are friendly neighbors, whom you have seen before, and we're here for your alcohol." But it wasn't just the rabble outside. The people, the lords and ladies inside of the manors, they also wanted to get in on the action. In the 1494 Household Ordinances of King Henry VII, no less, it describes, "On 12th day at night, the king and queen ought to take it in the hall, and as for the wassail, the steward and the treasurer shall come forward with their staves in their hands. When the steward cometh into the hall door with the wassail, he must cry 3 times, Wassail, 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 and then the chapel to answer with a good song." A century later in Elizabethan England, many people stopped depending on the Lord to give them their wassail, and instead they would just make their own and cart it about town in big bowls, drinking and singing and carousing and generally getting out of control, and it would often lead to drunken fights, and that actually ended up becoming another definition of the word. And those engaged in this practice definitely got a bit of a reputation. I should be loath to meet the rudeness and swilled insolence of such late wassailers. See, I feel like it's kind of like trick-or-treaters on Halloween. The kids who come to the door at 5 and 6 p.m., they're usually little tykes, so cute, wonderful. But if anyone's knocking on your door at 9:30 or 10 p.m., it's a different kind of kid. And so there were concerted efforts to put an end to this wassailing practice by the British government with little success. Even today, in parts of England and Wales, it can be a bit of a rowdy practice. In parts of southern Wales, their wassailing tradition involves Blvd. The practice has the usual going from house to house, singing and drinking, but the revelers are accompanied by a skeletal horse, who playfully, if frighteningly, attempts to come inside of the houses, with the homeowner's only defense being witty rhymes. And my friend Jimmy, the Welsh Viking, here on YouTube did an entire video on that practice, so I'll put a link in the description if you want to learn more about Blvd. Now, in parts of southern England, wassailing never left the orchard, and still involves singing and drinking amidst apple trees. Toast is hung from the bare branches, and cider is poured on the roots to still ward off evil spirits and ensure a healthy harvest for the next year. But for most, wassailing was tamed by the likes of Washington Irving and Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, who included it in their poems on wholesome Christmas celebrations. Even Charles Dickens, king of the Christmas authors, included a bowl of wassail punch in the cornucopia at the feet of the Ghost of Christmas Present. And at a very dignified Christmas celebration in the Pickwick Papers, Dickens describes a party where they play games, and then they sat down by the huge fire of blazing logs to a substantial supper, and a mighty bowl of wassail, something smaller than an ordinary wash-house copper, in which the hot apples were hissing and bubbling with a rich look and a jolly sound that were perfectly irresistible. A perfectly irresistible and respectable Christmas drink if ever I heard of one. However, if you do drink too much of this perfectly irresistible and respectable Christmas drink, your neighbors might find you outside singing to your trees. So once your wassail's all heated and mixed, it is ready to serve. But the question is, what are you going to serve it in? See, originally the wassail bowl was more of a giant cup. They were often made out of wood, white maple, white oak, or lignum vitae, meaning tree of life. Though in 1732, in Jesus College, Oxford, we are told it is drunk out of a silver gilt bowl holding 10 gallons. I don't have any of these things, so any bowl or big old cup will do just fine. Now, one thing I am doing is adding a bit of toast, just because I'm curious how this whole thing works. Now, this recipe says that they did cakes on top. They would have been little yeasted cakes, but I'm going with the old version where it's just a piece of toast. Seems weird. But here we are, a cup of traditional Christmas wassail. I'm not gonna lie, it looks odd because there are bits of applesauce floating in it, but it smells really good. So here we go. Tastes good. Tastes good. There are bits of apple. It's just like half beer, half applesauce. That's what it is. I think I would strain it, and then the flavor is actually really, really nice. But then you kind of lose the essence of the apple in it. Though there are recipes that don't have the mashed apple. There are a lot of recipes where they use apple cider, alcoholic apple cider, and kind of spice that. And they're period. I mean, from the 18th century is when I start to see those. So if you don't want chunks of apple in your wassail, go get one of those. Now I also want to try to fish this toast out of the bottom of the wassail. I kind of hoped it would float. It does not. Oh, it does not look good. Okay, so as I expected, it just absolutely fell apart because it's soaked toast. But I got a little piece here, so let's see how this goes. And that was a reward for people. That's a punishment. Because not only is it soggy toast, but it definitely like absorbs the alcohol, just like fruit and sangria, and it's It's strong toast. So I'd say 9 out of 10 for the flavor of the wassail, not the toast, but the rest of the wassail, and a 4 out of 10 for texture. So strain this puppy and you got yourself a nice little drink. So make sure to check out my Patreon as well as our second channel, Catch Up with Max and Jose. I'm going to put a link to a video that we just did where I respond to mean comments. It was actually a lot of fun. And have a wonderful, wonderful holiday season, and I will see you next time on Drinking History. As much as I enjoy the wassail, I do have to say this is far more palatable and something that you could actually have at a party, I feel. Also, this next video is on sugar plums, and it's one of the more recent ones that I've done. I did it last year. And in it, I talk about how I will never make sugar plums again because of the mess that it made in my kitchen and how difficult it was, but I kind of think I might give it another go next year. Anyway, sugar plums. Around Christmas time, you hear a lot about sugar plums, visions of sugar plums dancing in children's heads, the sugar plum fairy from the Nutcracker. But what exactly is a sugar plum? Because they don't have anything to do with plums. So to answer the question, what are sugar plums, I've decided to spend an entire weekend making a Victorian recipe for cherry sugar plums, this time on Tasting History. If you go online and look up recipes for sugar plums, you're probably going to find some recipes that have plums and nuts and other fruit kind of all mashed together and then coated with sugar. And they are delicious, but they're not sugar plums. Now, there are some historic recipes that have plums with sugar going back to the Tudor era, but again, they're not sugar plums, they're preserved plums. Now, the term sugar plums refers to something that has been coated in layer upon layer upon layer of sugar, and what's inside can be an assortment of different things, but it's never plums. And there are very few recipes from the period, the 18th and 19th century when they were popular, for something called sugar plums, and partly that's because they were made by professional confectioners, candy makers, who weren't sharing their recipes with the public, and partly it's because nobody in their right mind would make these at home because they are a lot of work. But guess what? I am not in my right mind. So I got this book, The Art of Confectionery from 1865, and it actually has many recipes for different sugar plums. It has cinnamon sugar plums, liqueur sugar plums, anise seed sugar plums, mint sugar plums, and a half dozen others. And while there is no recipe for a plum sugar plum, there is a recipe for an apricot sugar plum, but it doesn't actually use the fruit, it just uses the pit, which has to be soaked in different liqueurs to give it flavor, and it takes several months to make. In fact, most of them take several months to make, and I'm not going to do that, so I am going to make one that only takes days to make, and that's the recipe for cherry sugar plums. Set preserved cherries on a sieve in the stove. When they are partly dry, mix them with pounded sugar and rub them over a sieve. Dry them again and proceed as with Barbary sugar plums. Then we look at the recipe for Barbary sugar plums, which adds a few more steps, and one of those steps is to do as you would for sugared almonds, and then you look at the recipe for sugared almonds, and it's very, very long, it's several pages. But essentially, it describes a process of coating almonds, in this case, with layer upon layer of gum arabic and sugar, but it's the machine that they were using to actually make these coatings that's interesting. It says confectioners use a broad, shallow copper basin polished on the inside and kept in constant motion by machinery or by the workmen. And I don't have a team of workmen in my kitchen, so I'm using machinery. And luckily, I have a KitchenAid stand mixer that is fitted out with a panning attachment, to which I'll put a link in the description if you want to get one. So to get started, what we need are preserved cherries. So first, rinse the cherries under some water to get off as much syrup as possible, and then spread them out onto a pan and select only the ones that aren't broken or smushed. Then set the pan in the oven at 200 degrees Fahrenheit or 95 Celsius for about 3 hours. You'll notice that I also tried making some of these with hazelnuts, but I'm going to follow the cherry ones in the video. After 3 hours, they should be fairly dry, but still probably a little sticky. But at this point, you're going to put them into a sieve and coat them with confectioner's sugar, that is powdered sugar with a bit of starch added. Once the cherries are coated in the sugar, then set them back onto the tray and put them back in the oven for another 2 hours. Then we're going to prepare our first layer of gum arabic, and this is a cold layer of gum arabic, and it's important to get this layer on there, especially if you're using something like nuts, because it is going to provide a barrier between the core and the successive layers of sugar, and it's what's going to let that sugar really adhere to the core. So to make the gum arabic, you mix 4 tablespoons of gum arabic powder with 4 tablespoons of warm water. Then whisk. Gum arabic is quite hard to dissolve, but if you keep whisking, it eventually will become smooth. Then take a couple of tablespoons of that gum arabic and mix it with a couple tablespoons of sugar and mix until the sugar is dissolved. Later on, it'll be sugar syrup that we mix in with it, but this first one specifies that it is cold with regular sugar. Once the mixture is ready, take the cherries out of the oven and put a few into the panning machine. Turn it on the lowest speed, and as the cherries tumble, add a small amount of that gum arabic sugar mixture. It really doesn't take very much, and you want to have a thin stream that you drizzle back and forth over the cherries. Don't just put a big glob in there. Now they will stick to the sides of the pan, so gently dislodge them with a spatula when they do, and then continue to tumble until the gum mixture is fully dried. It should take about 10 to 15 minutes. Once they're dried and just a little bit sticky, we're going to once again coat them in the confectioner's sugar, followed by another coating of gum arabic. This time you'll note that they do not stick to the pan quite as much. Once they're fully dried, give them a third coating of powdered sugar, then set them on the baking sheet and back in the oven at 200 degrees Fahrenheit for 2 hours, then turn off the oven and leave them to sit overnight, or for at least 8 hours. Now at this point in the process, you're probably asking, why am I doing this to myself? And it's a good question. You'll also probably look around and realize that your kitchen is an absolute wreck. I'll explain the hairdryer in a bit. It's time for day 2 of making sugar plums. So after the cherries have dried overnight, they should have formed a sort of sugary crust over them. This texture will allow the supersaturated sugar solution to adhere to the sugar plums more easily. Easier than saying supersaturated sugar solution, I can promise you that. It's essentially a mixture of 1 part water to 3 parts sugar plus the addition of flavoring. And the book says that you can add all these different flavors. The most common, though, are vanilla, orange blossom water, or rose water. If you're going to do rose water or orange blossom water, 2 tablespoons is probably going to be enough. If you're doing vanilla, I'd say 1. So add the flavoring to 1 cup of water, then bring this to a gentle boil and add 1 cup of sugar, quickly stirring it in to dissolve, and then once dissolved, add a 2nd cup and stir, and finally a 3rd cup. Then let it slowly heat up undisturbed over medium heat, and it's best to use a thermometer for this part, as we want to wait until it reaches between 225 degrees Fahrenheit and 230 degrees Fahrenheit, or 107 and 110 Celsius respectively. This will happen shortly after the sugar boils up and then comes back down. Once it hits the temperature, take it off the heat and let it start to cool down between 170 degrees Fahrenheit and 190 Fahrenheit. So it's nice if you have like a hot plate or something that you can keep that temperature zone. But once it's ready to use, set a handful of cherries in the panning machine, turn it on, and drizzle a spoonful of the sugar syrup over the cherries. Then let them tumble until they are dry. And each layer takes about 10 to 12 minutes to completely dry before you can add the next. So that's a long time, and now you'll see why I was holding a hairdryer, because if you use a hairdryer to help dry them, it takes like 1 to 2 minutes. Now as you repeat this layering process, the sugar will begin to crystallize and turn white, and they will start to get bigger and stop sticking together as much. One way to stop so much sticking is to just use a little bit of sugar. It really doesn't take that much to coat them. I learned exactly how much to use through a lot of trial and error. My whole weekend was a lot of trial and error and swearing. There was a fair amount of swearing. It was a long weekend. Luckily, I had a nice smooth sugar plum with only a tiny hole where the pit was taken out of the cherry. And that is the end of day 2. So now the sugar plums need to sit for at least 12 to 24 hours to fully dry and harden before we move on to day 3. And now it's day 3. And now we're just going to be adding some color to these puppies. So to do this, make the sugar syrup just like you did on day 2, except you don't add any flavoring. Then in a separate pot, heat up 1 cup of water, and once it starts to steam, add an entire cup of the gum arabic, and then whisk. And it will take a while for the gum to dissolve, but as it heats, it should do so. Once dissolved, pour in the sugar syrup and let it heat. Again, we're looking to reach that 225 degree Fahrenheit mark. This is also about the time that I remembered how much the sugar syrup expanded as it got hot, and so I quickly had to switch the syrup to another pot that could hold it. Kind of dangerous. Probably shouldn't have done that, but I'm sure glad that I did because the sugar would have definitely boiled over. Then once the mixture hits 225 degrees, turn off the heat and let it cool down to 170. And at 170 degrees Fahrenheit, you can add your coloring. But if you want multiple colors, like I did, then ladle a couple ladlefuls of the sugar syrup out into a separate dish and then add the coloring to that. Then repeat the process of drizzling the sugar over the sugar plums just like on day 2. 5 to 7 layers should be enough to give you some good color. I did 4 or 5 colors. I even made some purple just so they would look a bit more like plums, because there are no actual plums in sugar plums. But if that's the case, then where did they get that name? The term sugar plum came into use at least by the early 1600s, probably before, and its first written use is pretty interesting. It comes from a book by Thomas Dekker, written in 1608, which details the scams and doings of the criminal types in England at the time, and in the context of the book, the term sugar plums didn't refer directly to the candy, but rather was used as a metaphor for sweet words. Essentially, a constable stops a prostitute on the street, and she sweet talks him. And thus, by stopping the constable's mouth with sugar plums, that's to say, whilst she poisons him with sweet words, the punk vanisheth. And yes, at this time, the term punk referred to a prostitute. But this use lets us know that at least by this time, sugar plums were talking about some sort of candy. And the type of candy was typically layers of sugar surrounding a seed or a bit of spice like aniseed, caraway, coriander, or even a shard of cinnamon. And while the term sugar plum may have been fairly new, the candies were absolutely not. In medieval France, they were called dragées or confits. Dragées, later dragées, would come to refer mostly to nuts coated with sugar. Think of the Jordan almond. While the spices were called confit or comfit in English. In Italy, this was called confetti, and in Japan, it's competo, and those were actually brought over by the Portuguese back in the 16th century. Comfits would have been present on any wealthy dinner table in the late medieval period or in Renaissance in Europe, and they were there to help sweeten one's breath or to help aid in digestion, kind of like Tums. Basically, Tums are the modern version of a comfit. Now, exactly why some of these comfits ended up becoming called sugar plums is unclear. Nobody wrote down, today we have started calling these things sugar plums. But at the time, the term plum could refer to many things other than just an actual plum. It could refer to any small piece of dried fruit like raisins or Zante currants, both being the plums added to plum pudding. And the term could also refer to just anything that was good or kind of rich. Like you could have a plum job that was a really good paying job, or you could be plum rich, just really wealthy, I guess. What is clear is that soon after the word sugar plum started being used to refer to these comfits, it was co-opted by the medical industry. In 1715, there was a mention of purging sugar plums entirely without mercury. So often mentioned in the public prints and used now for several years in great numbers of families, with such great success and liking, not to be distinguished by any mortal living from common sugar plums bought at the confectioner. Only those at the confectioner's are quite round, whereas these are made something flattish. And what precisely did these flattish sugar plums do? Well, they kill, destroy, and bring away all sorts of worms, with the slimy, corrupted matter that breeds them, having brought away from several men, women, and children great knots of such worms as these. On Christmas Eve, 1714, 2 of these plums brought away alive near half a pint of these sort of worms, from the child of Mr. Dixon, a tailor, in Feathers Court in St. Martin's Lane. Can you imagine someone publishing the fact that you had worms? And not only that, but letting people know your father's name, occupation, and address? Seems unnecessary. Anyway, if you look at the newspapers of the 18th century, you will find many references to these worm-purging sugar plums. And they were made this way so children might be deceived by eating a sweet sugar plum when they will take no manner of physic. That is to say, if your kid will not take his medicine, just wrap it in a bunch of sugar and he won't know the difference. It's kind of the same way that people get dogs to take a pill, I guess. But even though these sugar plums were very popular for their use, these were not the sugar plums that people were looking for when they went to the confectioner. Nor were the sugar plums used by the British military's 32-pounder cannons, but the fact that they sometimes called these cannonballs sugar plums can at least let us know the shape of the candy was often round. A fact made evident by this image of a British officer eating sugar plums. It also shows how they were sold at the time, and that was in a paper cone. The officers of the Corps were invited to play at marbles with his honor, and all the common men had a paper of sugar plums. Sugar plums remained popular well into the 19th century, and in 1840 there was actually a poem written called Sugar Plums, and it gives some insight to what they were and what they weren't. The sugar plum. Comfit my mouth, and I in thy sweet praise will try my hand at feet, with anxious aim to make the meter meet, till Arabic or any other different sort of gum shall water for a sugar plum. Muse, if thy musings can prevail, I'll at it tooth and nail. I have no nerves of taste for syrups, jellies, or preserves. Oh, let them go to pot, may I, as so much worthless scum. They cannot make a sugar plum. Plums from the tree I do not find so plummy to my mind. Orleans or egg unnoticed for my patronage may beg, and damsons may be damned. Ah, I am in a passion, I say, mum, I'll swear not for a sugar plum. I love how clearly the newspaper wasn't allowed to print the word damned. How scandalous. Now, it was around this time that the author Sir Walter Scott gives us a hint that sugar plums also referred to sugar-covered nuts, known in French as dragées and in Italian as confetti. In Italy, a specific type of confetti made with almonds were thrown during weddings and during carnival, and instead of calling them confetti, Scott refers to them as sugar plums when he wrote compliments flew about like sugar plums at an Italian carnival. While they called them sugar plums in English, in French, it seemed that dragée stuck around and was the catch-all for any of these types of candies, as since the original French name of the sugar plum fairy in Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker Ballet, which premiered in 1892, was La Fée Dragée. Now, this probably most famous mention of sugar plums in the Nutcracker was actually based on the 1816 book by a Prussian author, E.T.A. Hoffmann, and a retelling by Alexander Dumas, though neither mention a sugar plum fairy. Though Hoffmann does mention something called a Zuckererbsen, which is a sugar pea. And since in the scene that he mentions this, he's talking about all these other kinds of candies, I'm assuming that at the time, Zuckererbsen didn't refer to a vegetable, but to a candy. And this was made evident when the English translation came out and they translated Zuckererbsen to sugar plum. But again, it wasn't a sugar plum fairy, rather these sugar plums were used as artillery. During the Nutcracker's battle with the Mouse King, the Nutcracker army advances, and before them went Fred's cannon rattling along, surrounded by cannoneers. And soon, boom, boom it went, and Maria could see how the mice suffered by the fire, how the sugar plums plunged into their dark, heavy mass, covering them with white powder, and throwing them more than once into shameful disorder. Now, while the Nutcracker does give us a connection between sugar plums and Christmas, I think the connection was even more evident in the 1823 poem A Visit from St. Nicholas, more often called "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" by Clement Clarke Moore. He's often credited with giving us much of our current concept of what Santa Claus looks like, and he was the first to name St. Nick's 8 reindeer. Not Rudolph, he came later. But it's in this poem that we first hear of when the children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And those sugar plums were probably very much like the ones that I've spent the last 3 days making. And here we are, Victorian cherry sugar plums ready for Christmas. So here's the thing, they are lovely colored, but they are not polished. There are recipes to polish them in here using starch and everything, but I tried it, I couldn't get it to work. Today, they usually polish things, so here's a Jordan almond, which is essentially a sugar plum. I also have ones here made with pine nuts, and they are shiny, like an M&M, which is essentially a modern-day sugar plum. They often use different shellac and other things to give these smooth, shiny polish. They didn't use that back in the day, so they probably, even when they were polished, were never as shiny as the modern ones. Anyway, let's give it a try. I'll go with green. It's quite hard. That sugar, you're getting the orange. You get a little bit of the cherry. What's crazy is there is It feels like there's not much cherry left. A hint, but it's mostly sugar, and that's kind of what it's supposed to be. But I also made some with hazelnuts, so I'm gonna try that. They're much smaller. It's more like a Jordan almond. Has less layers of the sugar. Yeah, you get more of the hazelnut flavor. I really, really like that. Anyway, delicious. Are they worth the work? No, they are not. Go get yourself some Jordan almonds. Go get yourself some of these pine nut covered things. What's cool is these are actually made pretty much the same way that they were in this cookbook, because the only ingredients are sugar, pine nuts, and gum arabic. So made the same way, which is pretty cool. Honestly, there are modern versions of sugar plums still out there. We just don't call them sugar plums. And what we do call sugar plums now aren't sugar plums. I mean, I guess if you want it to be a sugar plum, it is, because that's how language works, but they're not what Victorians would have called sugar plums. That said, if you want to make one of those modern versions of sugar plums, Alton Brown has a really good recipe. Just Google Alton Brown sugar plums. I haven't made them, but they look really good, and they only take like 45 minutes to make, I think. And they include plums. So I'll probably do those for Christmas, because I'm not gonna make any more of these. So have a Merry, Merry Christmas, a Happy Holidays, and I will see you next time on Tasting History. Christmas fruitcake may be one of the most reviled and ridiculed of all holiday baked goods, but it was not always that way. In fact, during the American Civil War, a fruitcake like the one that I'm making today was one of the most popular treats to send to your boys in blue or gray. The fruitcake as we know it today, that is leavened not with yeast but with baking powder or baking soda, became popular in the mid-19th century. Not leavening it with yeast made it much easier to bake, yet it still stayed for just as long. Basically, fruitcake is the hardtack of cakes. It can stay good for months or even years after baking, which is probably why it was one of the more popular treats to send to soldiers during the American Civil War. In fact, one of the most popular sources for recipes at the time, Goody's Lady's Book, printed their recipe not at Christmas, but in June, so that it would be ready for Christmas. It's for common fruitcake. 2 cups of butter, 2 of molasses, 2 of sugar, 6 eggs, 2 small teaspoonfuls of soda, a little salt, 1 pound of raisins chopped and stoned, 1 of currants, half a pound of citron, flour sufficient to make as stiff as soft gingerbread, spice to taste. Bake in 3 sheets or loaves. 1 cup or 227 grams of butter, 1 cup or 235 milliliters of molasses, 1 cup or 200 grams of sugar, 3 eggs, a teaspoon each of baking soda, salt, nutmeg, mace, and ginger, a half teaspoon of allspice, a half teaspoon of coriander, 1.5 teaspoons of cinnamon, a half pound or 225 grams of raisins, a half pound or 225 grams of currants, a quarter pound or 113 grams of citron, and 3 cups or 360 grams of flour. And you'll notice that I'm only making half of the recipe that is called for in Goody's book, because it's still gonna make more fruitcake than you probably need. So first, soak your raisins, currants, and citron for a few minutes, and then drain them and toss them with just a little flour. Doing this will help to stop all of the fruit from falling to the bottom of the cake, and I learned this from you. Not you specifically, but you, the audience of Tasting History, because a few years ago, when I did the video on panettone, all of my fruit fell to the bottom of the baked good, and people were like, if you put it in flour first, then it will keep it up and help distribute it better. So that's what I did. And it seems that even in the 1860s, people knew this. I didn't know it until very recently, but in the 1860s, people knew this, because one period recipe calls for 2 pounds of washed currants rubbed in flour and mixed into the cake. Always learning new things. Anyway, with the fruit floured, whisk the salt, soda, and spices all together with the rest of the flour, and then beat the butter until it's nice and fluffy. Then add the sugar and cream them together until smooth. Scrape down the sides of the bowl and add the molasses and beat until fully incorporated, and then add the eggs just one at a time, mixing each egg in fully before you add the next. And keep scraping down the sides and bottom of the bowl throughout this process. Then add a few spoonfuls of the flour and spice mixture and gently mix it in until just incorporated, then add a few more and continue to mix this way until all of the flour has been added. Then add about 1/3 of the fruit and mix it in by hand. All of this, of course, can actually be done by hand, but if you are using a stand mixer for the first part of the recipe, definitely switch to hand now so you don't over mix the flour and make it all gummy. Then continue to add in all the fruit and mix until it's all evenly incorporated. Then add the batter to 2 standardized size loaf pans, which have been well greased with butter or other fat. They should be about half to 2/3 full. Smooth the top as best as you can, and then pop them in the oven at 300 degrees Fahrenheit, about 150 Celsius for 2 hours. And start checking it around 90 minutes by inserting a wooden skewer. If the skewer comes out clean, then that means it's done. Also, I wanted to share a question with you that I got a lot while I was out on book tour doing Q&As, and that was, how many times do I practice each recipe? Well, for the cookbook, it was many, many times. I tested them all. I had my Patreon patrons test them all, so they're perfect, I would like to think. But on the show, usually it's a one and done thing. I try to follow the original historic recipe as closely as possible, and then whatever comes from that is what I'm going to taste. But sometimes, especially with baked goods, I know that I made a mistake because, you know, if it's supposed to be a cake and it turns out like a soup, clearly I did something wrong. That's kind of what happened with this the first time that I tried it. I think I probably overbeat the eggs and added a little too much soda because it just spilled out of the pan and all onto the bottom of the oven, and it burned and it was horrible, and yeah, didn't look great. So yeah, all of that to say, if you ever make a mistake in the kitchen, don't sweat it, just try again. But hopefully, since I made the mistake in this episode, you won't have to recreate my mistake. The recipe that I'm giving you is fairly foolproof, so you can just sit back, relax, and listen to me talk about the history of the much hated and maligned fruitcake. Pinning down the origins of fruitcake is not so easy because the term really can refer to so many different things, and it changes over time. But the act of adding fruit to bread-like products goes back to ancient times. The Sumerians had a sort of cake made with dates, raisins, and cheese that were a favorite at the palace of Ur. But these were very much unlike any cake that we would know today, as were the ancient Roman cakes that were made with barley and fruit and sweetened with honey and wine. Again, nothing like a fruit cake today. But it is possible that these fruit bread cake things gave rise to the later practices of adding fruit to different breads popular in the Middle East, North Africa, and medieval Europe. But still, they didn't really look anything like fruitcake today. Some were sugar and flour mixed with different fruits and then boiled, which is the precursor to today's figgy pudding or plum pudding. And then there were those that were baked, like the German Stollen or the panforte from Tuscany. But in these early forms of fruitcake, the fruit was usually dried because that was the best way to preserve the fruit. You pick a cherry, you got like 3 days to eat it before it goes bad. But if you dry that cherry out, you can use it in baked goods throughout the year. The other way to preserve fruit was with honey or sugar, but especially in Europe in the Middle Ages, sugar was so expensive that very few people could afford to do that. Sugar had to come all the way from the Far East, or else some places in North Africa grew it, and so getting enough to preserve fruit was not really an option for most people, and nor was using a lot of spices because those also had to come from very far away. But that all changed in the 16th and 17th century. All of a sudden being like 200 years, all of a sudden the spices and sugar became more available because they could be grown in the New World, which was considerably closer than the Far East. They were still luxury items, but not so much so that you had to be nobility to afford them. So it was during this time that more people began preserving their fruit in sugar and could bake cakes with spices. Recipes for these cakes begin appearing in cookbooks like La Varenne's 1651 Le Pâtissier François, which really gave birth to the modern pastry as we know it. In England, Robert May published a recipe for an extraordinary good cake, which called for flour, butter, and cream to be mixed with currants, sugar, cinnamon, nutmeg, and ginger, and then baked into a cake. I do love that following the recipe for an extraordinary good cake, he gives a recipe to make a cake other ways. You'd think he would build up to the best extraordinary cake, but he didn't. Whatever. Anyway, the big difference between these fruitcakes and modern fruitcakes were the fact that they were yeasted. That is how they rose. They used ale barm or other types of yeast to rise the cake instead of baking powder, baking soda, other chemical leaveners that we use today. The issue there is that yeast is not as easy to use, and they still tended to be a little bit more dense even than our fruitcake today. But that was fruitcake for the next 200 years. And that became the cake to make at Christmas time and at other special times of the year. And they actually became the wedding cake for the 18th and 19th century. I did an entire video on the history of wedding cakes or bride cakes, and I talk about how the fruit cake was the standard wedding cake of the period, especially after Queen Victoria made it popular. She had a fruit cake and then iced it with white royal icing, and that is the wedding cake that really became standard for a long time, especially in the royal family, and that continues to today. Queen Elizabeth II, fruitcake. The wedding of Charles and Diana, fruitcake. Even at the wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton, they had fruitcake. So if you didn't get an invite, don't worry, that's okay. And while it's still eaten at royal weddings, I feel like what kept fruitcake alive today is the holidays, Christmas time. In England, it was popular to eat as Twelfth Night cake, which then became Christmas cake, and it was famous for its longevity. Even as far back as 1817, Dr. William Kitchener wrote, "A good twelfth cake, not baked too much and kept in a cool, dry place, will retain its moisture and eat well if 12 months old." One example of these fruitcakes lasting a very long time comes from the early 20th century. In 1910, Robert Falcon Scott led the Terra Nova expedition to the Antarctic regions, and among his provisions was a Huntley and Palmer's fruitcake. Being dense and calorie-laden, it made for a perfect ration to bring along on the expedition. Unfortunately, they seem to have left it behind at base camp when they went to the actual South Pole, because on their return trip from the South Pole, they all starved to death and died from exposure. Over 100 years later, in 2017, the fruitcake was found, and in relatively good condition. In fact, the cake itself was in better condition than the tin box that it was kept in. But as Kitchener had said, these cakes would keep well in a cool and dry place, and there ain't no place cooler and drier than Antarctica. Now, it was around this same period that sending your fruitcake through the mail really took off, because in 1913, the US Postal Service began parcel post. And it was an instant success, and among many other items, fruitcakes became one of the most popular things to ship. You bake a cake, you pop it in the mail, and your Christmas shopping is done. And then it got even easier shortly afterward, because then you didn't even need to bake the cake, you could buy it. Most sources agree it was the Collins Street Bakery in Corsicana, Texas, who first decided to start packaging their fruitcakes specifically for mail order. Fancy cakes in fancy tins filled the mailrooms of the US Postal Service, and more companies got in on the action, like the Claxton Bakery in Claxton, Georgia, who calls itself the fruitcake capital of the world. Sales continued to boom throughout the 1950s, and these fruitcake producers thought that the success would never end. But they were all of them deceived. For another cake was made, deep from the pages of Betty Crocker, in the fires of American ovens, housewives baked a new cake, the chiffon cake. The light and airy texture of the chiffon and the other sponge cakes that were being made at the time, especially those coming out of boxes from places like Duncan Hines, Pillsbury, and Betty Crocker, well, that was becoming the new popular thing on the American palate. And so the dense but rich fruitcake, it just seemed old-fashioned. Now, whether or not it's better or worse, that's a matter of opinion. But old-fashioned, well, that is a matter of fact. Now, this change in the American palate for different types of cakes didn't happen overnight. In fact, during the Apollo 11 mission to the moon, they brought a fruitcake with them. They were cut into cubes to minimize crumbs and then vacuum packed and sealed very tightly. The thing is, it doesn't seem that they actually ate them, because you can still see those same Apollo 11 cakes in the Smithsonian today. What is cool is that the newspapers of the day printed the recipe for these fruitcakes. In fact, in 1972, just as the last manned mission to the moon was about to happen, one newspaper printed the recipe saying the Apollo 17 astronauts kept munching on their own special fruitcake during man's last planned mission to and from the moon. You might want to put it on your Christmas surprise menu. Now that was in 1972, and the fall of the fruitcake was definitely on the precipice. In the 1950s, it was touted as a holiday must. But by the 1980s, one survey put fruitcake as the least wanted gift by 75% of the poll polled. Now, if there is anyone that could be said to have really made fruitcake a punchline, it was Johnny Carson. On one of his shows, he told a joke that said, "There is only one fruitcake in the entire world, and people keep passing it around." This became a running gag, and every year he would make fun of fruitcakes, doing things like dropping a fruitcake onto his desk and then having the desk crumble beneath its weight. Funny, yes, but at what cost? At the cost of the popularity of the fruitcake? Well, maybe not, because even today, well over 2 million fruitcakes are sold every year in the US during the holidays. But I know that you will not be buying a fruitcake this year, because instead you'll be baking your own using this recipe from the era of the American Civil War. So once the skewer comes out clean, remove the cakes from the oven, and while they're still hot, brush a healthy amount of brandy or rum on top. This isn't something you must do, but it is traditional, and you can actually brush a bit more on every day or so until you eat the cake, or at least for the first few weeks. Now, after the cakes have cooled on a cooling rack, they are technically ready to eat, but fruitcake aficionados say that they should be seasoned for at least a month or even up to a year. But I'm not waiting a year or even a month, so I'm going to try it right now. And here we are, a Christmas fruitcake from the 1860s. Y'all, I'm just so proud that the fruit and the flour thing worked. The fruit is perfectly throughout the loaf. Super proud of that. Thank you to everyone on the Panettone episode who commented on how to do this. Love learning new things. So it's a tight crumb, as they say in the cake baking world. It's gonna be pretty dense. I mean, it's pretty heavy cake. It's pretty heavy. It's not like crazy heavy, but it's heavy for a cake. So I'm just gonna take a bite and we'll see how it is. It's super flavorful. I'll give it that. The fruit comes through, the spices really come through. I used a lot of spices because I wanted it to be a heavily spiced cake. The fruit is, I mean, it kind of has the flavor of like a plum pudding, a Christmas pudding or something like that. It's the same flavor profile, it's just because it's baked, it's a very, very different texture. It is kind of dry. I think if I put more brandy or whatever on it over, the next few days, it would moisten up. It's not like crumbly dry, it's more just, it's just so dense that it's not the texture of cake that I would typically eat today. And that's why it's no longer as popular as it used to be. It's just been usurped by a nicer texture cake, at least in my opinion. But the flavor is really, really nice. And the thing is, I think with a cup of coffee or a glass of brandy, it would actually be really nice. I could eat a couple pieces. I think it grows on you already. Just the flavor lingers for a very long time. It's really nice. It is old-fashioned, but it's tasting history, so what'd you expect? So there's one more story about specifically Civil War era fruitcake that I wanted to share with you, and it comes out of Macon, Georgia. Early in the war, a young soldier from Macon named Abner T. Holt got sick and was cared for by Dr. Charles Couch in Virginia. That Christmas of 1861, the first Christmas of the war, he received a fruitcake that Mrs. Couch had baked for him and sent to him. And he got another one the next year as well. Then, in 1863, he was wounded at the Battle of Gettysburg, and he convalesced for several months again at the home of Dr. Couch and his wife. After 2 months, he was able to come home, and every Christmas since then, those good friends have sent him the box with a nice fruitcake in it as a Christmas remembrance. Every year, back down in Macon, the cake arrived around the holidays, and it became such a thing, and Macon, I guess, was such a small town, that the Macon Telegraph, the local newspaper, started printing headlines like, "His annual cake, Mr. A.T. Holt receives his 38th reminder of Virginia friends." And even after both men and Mrs. Couch had died, the families continued to exchange fruitcakes all the way up through the 1920s. So just remember, if you are planning on baking a fruitcake this year and giving it to someone, it might be a 6-decade-long commitment. So just keep that in mind and have a wonderful holiday, and I'll see you next time on Tasting History. Eggnog is one of those holiday drinks that you either love or you really, really hate. Personally, I love it, especially when it is made from scratch, because it doesn't actually taste like what you're going to get at the store. And that is why today I am making from scratch George Washington's unbelievably boozy eggnog. But did our founding father actually make this eggnog? We'll discuss that and more, this time on Tasting History. So with the holidays upon us, I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you for the most amazing gift that I never knew I wanted. And that is for you all watching Tasting History all year, my Tastorians. It has been absolutely mind-blowing. I think that my goal at the beginning of the year was to hit 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year. That was the goal, and we made it, because I think that we're sitting at around 450,000 right now, maybe even a little bit more by the time I post this. So awesome. Thank you so much. And if you haven't subscribed, do it now. Maybe we'll hit 500 by the end of the year, but that's actually too much pressure. Just thank you for watching. Anyway, George Washington's eggnog. 1 quart cream, 1 quart milk, 1 dozen tablespoons sugar, 1 pint brandy, a half pint rye whiskey, a half pint Jamaica rum, a 1/4 pint sherry. Mix liquor first, then separate yolks and whites of 12 eggs. Add sugar to beaten yolks. Mix well. Add milk and cream, slowly beating. Beat whites and eggs until stiff and fold slowly into mixture. Let set in cool place for several days. Taste frequently. I like that last instruction, taste frequently, and I took that to heart all week long, though I'm not exactly sure what I was supposed to be tasting for, but I did as George Washington suggests. And that brings me to the question, is this actually George Washington's recipe? Well, according to the Farmer's Almanac, yes, it is. Supposedly, it came from the kitchen papers at Mount Vernon, but in every collection of the kitchen papers that I could find, I didn't find this recipe. And in fact, the first time that this recipe seems to have come about wasn't until 1948 in a book called Christmas with the Washingtons by Olive Bailey. And she doesn't really cite her sources. Not that it's the kind of book that you would expect that, but still not a lot of help. So could it even be George Washington's recipe? Yeah, it could. It does read like a recipe from the time period, from like the late 1700s. And we do have recipes from George Washington, who actually wrote them down. We have one for beer that he did. And this recipe includes rye whiskey. George was a big fan. He actually had one of the largest rye whiskey distilleries in America at the time. Plus, eggnog was a very popular drink in the late 1700s. But could it be that Miss Bailey just took another recipe and attributed it to George Washington as an act of literary license? Yes, maybe. We'll probably never know. But I ask you, does it matter? It reads like a historical recipe, it's filled with booze, and maybe it is just another one of those pieces of lore surrounding George Washington, like his false teeth being made of wood or chopping down the cherry tree, I cannot tell a lie. But while those are a little hard to swallow, I don't think this one's going to be. So what you'll need is 1 quart or 950 milliliters of cream, 1 quart or 950 milliliters of whole milk, 3/4 of a cup or 150 grams of sugar, 12 medium eggs, or 10 large eggs or 8 extra large eggs, 2 cups or 475 milliliters of brandy, 1 cup or 235 milliliters rye whiskey, 1 cup or 235 milliliters dark rum, and a half cup of sherry. You want to use something like a cream sherry, a little bit sweeter than a really dry sherry, though either one will work, but stay away from that cooking sherry. In fact, just leave that at the store. Now there is one ingredient that is missing that is included in a lot of other contemporary eggnog recipes, and that is nutmeg. So, as to not upset John Townsend, I am going to add some nutmeg. I'm going to add 1 teaspoon into the whole recipe, and then I'll probably grate a little bit on top at the end as well. But it is optional. It's not included in the original recipe, but it's gonna make things taste better. So the recipe says to mix the liquors first. I honestly don't know why, but that's what the recipe says, so that's what I did. Next, separate your eggs and add the yolks to a bowl and beat them until they go from a dark yellow to a nice pale yellow. Then slowly beat in the sugar. It's important that you do this just a little bit at a time. If you put it all in, it's not going to incorporate properly. Beating slowly, add in your milk and your cream. Now I started with what I thought was going to be a big enough bowl, but clearly I didn't do my math right and it was not big enough at all, so I had to switch to my Le Creuset Dutch oven. You can feel free to cut it in half because this recipe really is like enough for an entire party, but if you are going to make the full recipe, make sure to get the biggest bowl that you possibly can. Then add in the liquor and mix everything together until nice and smooth. If you are going to add nutmeg or any other spices, cinnamon or ginger or whatever you want, go ahead and do that right now. Next, with either beaters or a whisk your egg whites until they form nice stiff peaks. One important note, if you are going to be using the same beaters that you used on the egg yolks, make sure to wash and dry them thoroughly because even a little bit of yolk can stop the whites from achieving the nice stiff peaks that you're looking for. Then, ever so slowly, fold the beaten egg whites into the yolk and cream mixture until nicely incorporated. Now at this point you should have a nice frothy eggnog, and really you can actually drink it right now, but it does say to let it age for a few days in a nice cool spot, so I put mine into the refrigerator for 5 days. Make sure to cover it though. Now while we wait for our nog to age, all the while tasting frequently, let's take a gander at this creamy yet polarizing Christmas cocktail. Eggnog. Eggs and nog. What is nog? Sounds like something that Pinky would say. Nog! There are actually a few theories kicking around as to where this term nog comes from. In 1693, the Dean of Norwich in England, a Mr. Humphrey Prideaux, wrote, "You will find him walking about his room with a pipe in his mouth, and a bottle of claret and a bottle of old strong beer, which in this country they call nog, upon the table." So maybe it's this strong beer, this nog, that lent its name to what we're making today. Eggs in strong beer makes eggnog. And there is actually another drink called posset, which had been consumed at least since the Middle Ages, that was usually made with milk and strong beer, though it could also be done with wine, and later recipes call for eggs, so it seems a natural evolution. Kind of makes sense. Interesting, if slightly off-putting fact about this alcohol-curdled milk drink called posset is that today, posset or posseting refers to when a baby spits up milk after feeding. So I think we should change that to eggnogging. You want to definitely wear that little blanket over your shoulder so the baby doesn't eggnog all down your back. Yeah. Another theory is that the word comes from the word noggin, which before it meant your head referred to a wooden cup. And then another is that it actually came from the word nug, which in Scotland at the time was an ale that was warmed by sticking a red-hot poker in it. Possible. The last theory is that it's a contraction of the words egg and grog, though I don't think that's right because 1, it didn't come around until the 1980s, this theory. 2, there's almost no evidence for it because if it had been egg and grog, surely there would have been a point in time where it was eggrog. And we never see that happening. So how it turned into eggnog, it just doesn't make sense. But regardless of where the name came from, it gained popularity in America around the mid-18th century. Fog drams in the morn, or better still, eggnog. At night hot suppings, and at midday grog, my palate can regale. That's one of the very first written mentions of eggnog from 1775, written by a Mr. Jonathan Boucher, or Boucher. He was English, so it's impossible to say how he pronounced it, but it kind of reminds me of the Keeping Up Appearances quote, "Boucher residence, lady of the house speaking," except that was Bouquet residence, but if you've never watched that show, it's really funny. What's interesting in regards to our recipe today is that this Mr. Boucher, or Butcher, was actually a good friend of George Washington and even taught his stepson, John Custis. Kind of weird, right? There's another contemporary story from Virginia where Washington lived that impresses me to no end. See, in today's drinking contests, you're rarely asked to do more than throw a ping pong ball into a cup 6 feet away. Not that hard. But in the 18th century, it seems that they liked to test their mental acuity when they were drunk. On last Christmas Eve, several gentlemen met at Northampton Courthouse and spent the evening in mirth and festivity, when eggnog was the principal liquor used by the company. After they had indulged pretty freely in this beverage, a gentleman in company offered a bet that not one of the party could write 4 verses extempore, which should be rhyme and sense. The author then goes on to tell how this supposedly inebriated contestant spits out off the cuff a poem which extols the virtues of eggnog over wine, and includes the stanza, "'Tis eggnog now, whose golden streams dispense far richer treasures to the ravished sense. The muse from wine derives a transient glare, but eggnog's daughters afford her solid fare." I can't imagine being able to come up with that completely sober with as much time as I was allowed. I'm always impressed by 18th and 19th century people and their ability to craft things with words. Clearly something I do not possess, craft things with words. Anyway, by this writing, we can see that Christmas and eggnog had a connection. It was being drunk on Christmas Eve. But where did that connection come from? We don't really know. I mean, it could have been served hot at times, which would make sense to have it then in the winter months. Other drinks, such as the nug that I mentioned, as well as something called smoking bishop that was popular in the 19th century, where they would take a red-hot poker and stick it into the drink to warm it up, were very, very popular at the time, so maybe they did the same thing with eggnog. Who knows? Also, Christmas being a special occasion, it might have warranted the cost of making eggnog, because even without the liquor, the eggs, the cream, and especially the sugar were very, very expensive at the time. It was even enough to possibly put a dent in old, wealthy Washington's purse. In a letter written on December 26, 1788, Washington admitted, "I have never before felt the want of cash so severely as at present. And of course, any moneys that may arise from my property under your care could never come more opportunely than at this time." Now, was it really eggnog that made him cash poor that year, or had he been remodeling his kitchen or impulse bought a horse? Who knows? But it is clear that the Washingtons did like to splurge at the holidays. They would often host large parties with guests staying at Mount Vernon. They would go fox hunting and drinking and have exotic animals come visit. Yes, in his Christmas expense ledger in 1787, Washington wrote, "By the man who brought a camel from Alexandria for a show, 18 shillings. After the fox hunting and the camel peeping, there were often big meals, something that Washington once referred to as the attack of Christmas pies, which I just love. There was one pie that they had that was a turkey, a goose, a fowl, a partridge, and a pigeon baked into a crust. Then on Twelfth Night, Martha Washington would serve her famous great cake, which was made with 40 eggs and 4 pounds of butter. So between that and the eggnog, the poor chickens and cows of Mount Vernon must have found Christmas time very taxing. And add insult to injury, a camel is getting all of the attention. Really not fair. But you really can't fault poor George Washington for wanting to splurge a little bit at the holidays, because for much of his life, Christmas sucked. In 1740, when George was only 8 years old, his home on Ferry Farm burnt down on Christmas Eve. Then during Christmas of 1753, during the French and Indian War, George got shot at by a group of French Indians at a place endearingly called Murdering Town. Then in 1777, during the American Revolution, while running low on food and whiskey, Washington and his army of 12,000 spent Christmas at Valley Forge, where upwards of 1 out of 6 of them would die. And then on Christmas Day in 1790, George found out that his favorite horse, Nelson, the horse that had got him through the Revolutionary War, had died. I mean, come on. Give this man a break. Christmas hasn't been this hard on a George since It's a Wonderful Life. But just as George Bailey, in hindsight, had some really wonderful Christmases, so too did George Washington. One of his most memorable was in 1776, when he crossed the Delaware to surprise a camp of Hessian mercenaries. Cold and wet perhaps at the time, in hindsight, it was a very good Christmas for our founding father. Now, in contrast to the popular myth that the Germans who were fighting on behalf of the English were drunk that day, John Greenwood, a Continental soldier who was actually there, wrote, "I am willing to go upon oath that I did not see even a solitary drunken soldier belonging to the enemy." Fortunately for me, I don't have any battles to fight today, so I look forward to having a nice cup of George Washington's eggnog. So after a few days, or really whenever you want, go ahead and serve yourself a glass of eggnog. As I said, I'm going to grate a little fresh nutmeg on top. And here we are. George Washington eggnog. Maybe. Eggnog all the same. Let's give it a try. Top is foamy. That is good. Oh my gosh, that is so strong. It really hits you. At first it's like, oh, it's sweet and creamy, and then it's like, oh, it's sweet and creamy. It doesn't taste anything like modern day eggnog, like what you would get at the store. I mean, it's totally different. It's creamy and rich, but it's not thick. And, you know, sometimes like it coats, the stuff that you get at the store like coats your throat. This isn't. It's much lighter, actually. It's very boozy. It's really good. I would actually add a little bit of cinnamon or ginger or more nutmeg, you know, to kind of make the flavors come alive even more. But as it is, it's really, really good. So instead of a standard Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, I'm going to leave you with some words from George Washington himself. We remain in status quo and all unite in offering you and yours the compliments of the season and the return of many, many more and happy ones. Thanks for watching. During Christmas time, it is easy to get carried away and overspend. But during the Great Depression in the 1930s, overspending wasn't even an option. So to save money, people had to get creative with their gifts, their decorations, and even their food, with dishes like this 1931 recipe for an inexpensive Christmas pudding. This time on Tasting History. In the 1920s and 30s, there was a fictional radio character known as Aunt Sammy. She was supposedly the wife of Uncle Sam, and she would teach people how to cook and give recipes over the radio. And in December of 1931, she told her audience that a less expensive dinner for a thrifty Christmas can be just as good and just as Christmassy as one planned with all the frills and expensive items of food. She then goes on to give an entire inexpensive menu for a full Christmas dinner, an important thing to have in 1931, as most of the country, in fact most of the world, was in the depths of the Great Depression. Many people relied on soup kitchens and food drives during this time, but provided you were fortunate enough to be able to afford a full home-cooked meal for Christmas, then this menu could at least help with pinching the pennies. The first course was a hot tomato bouillon or cocktail with chopped parsley sprinkled on top, a festive mix of red and green. Then there's a main course of baked smoked ham, buttered cauliflower, creamed spinach, candied sweet potatoes, celery, cranberry sauce, and pickles, all with recipes that make the dishes less expensive than they would traditionally be. But it's the dessert that really intrigues me, because it is for a chocolate plum pudding. But instead of being the old-fashioned, steaming hot plum pudding, is made with gelatin and served cold with whipped cream. So that's what I'm going to make, and it requires 2 tablespoons of granulated gelatin, 1 cup or 235 milliliters of cold water, 1 pint or 475 milliliters of milk, 1 cup or 200 grams of sugar, 1.5 ounces or 45 grams of unsweetened chocolate, 1 teaspoon of salt, a half teaspoon of vanilla, 1 cup or 150 grams of raisins, 3/4 of a cup or 100 grams of chopped dates, a half cup or 60 grams of chopped nuts, a half cup or 70 grams of dried currants, and 3 egg whites. You also need some either walnut or pecan halves and some raisins for decorating the pudding. Now, I'm not exactly sure how this is less expensive than a traditional pudding, or at least much less expensive. It is missing a few of the spices, but by this time, spices weren't all that expensive, so not exactly sure. But if I learned anything from watching Mickey's Christmas Carol when I was a little kid, then I learned that time is money. So perhaps this is a less expensive pudding simply because it takes a lot less time to make than a boiled or steamed pudding. Now, when Aunt Sammy introduced America to this inexpensive Christmas pudding, she read out the entire recipe on the radio. And it's so well written that I can pretty much just say what she said as we walk through the recipe. She says to make this pudding, first soften the gelatin in the cold water for 10 minutes. While the gelatin is soaking, melt the chocolate with part of the sugar. She's not specific with how much sugar, so I just added a couple tablespoons. Then she says when it is melted, add a little of the milk, just enough to make a smooth paste. Then in a different pot, heat up the rest of the milk until it is steaming, and when the milk is hot, add it to the melted chocolate. Then the sugar and salt. And finally the soaked gelatin. Stir the mixture, then remove it from the fire. Set it away to grow cold. And you can do this by either leaving it out to cool down slowly, or to speed things up, put it in the refrigerator, but keep a close eye on it because you don't want it to fully solidify. You want to catch it just as it's starting to thicken up. When it begins to thicken, add the vanilla, the fruit, and the chopped nut meats. Mix all of this in, and then in a clean bowl, beat the egg whites until you have nice stiff peaks. Then fold in the beaten egg whites. Then she has you prepare a pudding mold, and these can be all sorts of different things, but the traditional Christmas plum pudding style is basically just a bowl. It's a pudding basin. It's a bowl with a slightly flat bottom. So pick something like that, wet the inside, and then line the bottom with the walnut or pecan halves as well as the additional raisins. Then pour the pudding mixture into the mold and smooth the top. Then set it in the fridge to fully firm up before serving, and while it firms up, we can look at just how Christmas was celebrated during the Great Depression. The Great Depression came in the aftermath of the stock market crash in 1929. It actually took several years for it to hit its lowest point, and then it lasted throughout the 1930s. And while it hit some people harder than others, few went untouched, and generally the entire decade was rather bleak. And because of this, it was really important for people to celebrate those things that did bring them joy, like Christmas. Christmas was such a big thing to us. The bell on Christmas Eve, the candles on the tree, that's what I remember. I don't remember the sadness of my parents. We loved books, we loved music, and we made Christmas cards of beautiful little tissue paper baskets. And that was a common thing during this period, making your own Christmas. You'd make your own gifts, you'd make Christmas cards, and even the decorations. It was common to decorate the Christmas tree with garlands made of cut paper and strings of popcorn and cranberries, though some opted for these slightly more expensive tinsel icicles that we were still using when I was a kid. And my mother hated those things. They would get caught in the vacuum cleaner and break it, and they would get dragged all over the house, so she was still finding them in July. Finally, we stopped using them. Of course, when I was a kid, they were made of a very different material than back in the 1930s. Originally, they were actually made of silver, but that would tarnish very quickly, so they switched over to lead, which didn't tarnish. Poisoned you, but it didn't tarnish. Lead was actually the go-to for tinsel up until the 1960s. This was also the period that candles on the tree, a major fire hazard, really started to go out of fashion. It was partly because it's really dangerous, but also because as part of the New Deal, the US government started its Rural Electrification Act, and this put a lot of people to work extending the power grid to much of the country that had yet to receive it, and with that, instead of candles, you could string lights on your tree. Of course, they also got incredibly hot, much hotter than they do today, and they did start a lot of fires, but probably less fires than the candles. Another semi-do-it-yourself Christmas decoration were called putz houses, and these were little houses and buildings that were made out of cardboard, and they'd usually put them under the tree or out in some other place and make a little Christmas village. And eventually these turned into the ceramic Christmas villages, which are still popular today. I am a personal collector of the Charles Dickens themed sets. Now, when it came to Christmas presents, a lot of things were homemade, and if they were purchased, they really needed to be practical for most people. There was one man who was raised by a single mother during the Depression who recalled that he got no toys. Maybe a couple pairs of socks, but nothing you could really play with. And no Christmas tree. We'd have burned that for heat in the pot-bellied stove. You couldn't get angry about it. In your heart, you knew the lady was doing the best she could. And she always made sure we had a decent dinner. She was a very strong woman, and we realized she was having a rough go. It'd just tear you apart, really. One woman who grew up in Brooklyn during the Depression recalled getting the same doll every year for Christmas, but her mother would make sure that the doll at least had a new set of clothes. I knew it was an old doll because it never had any bloomers. My mother couldn't make bloomers. I never let my mother know I knew. Perhaps the most iconic gift of the Great Depression was food itself, specifically oranges. Oranges were not a new thing to find stuffed in the bottom of a Christmas stocking, but it was very popular during the Depression because many people couldn't afford citrus for most of the year, so it was a real treat. My Nana, who grew up in New York City in the 1930s, always told me about how excited they were to get nuts and an orange in their stocking. And she actually continued that tradition. She would put it in my mom and aunt's stockings, and then our stockings when we were kids. And now my mom actually continues the tradition, putting an orange in my niece's stockings. I don't think it is as exciting as it was in the 1930s, but I still love that the tradition is continuing. There's actually a child's letter that I found from 1931, and it's a letter to Santa, and it kind of gives you an idea of what a kid during this time could expect to get for presents. Dear Santa, I thought as Christmas is not so very long off, I had better write you. I want you to please bring me a string of beads and a ring. Also, bring me lots of fruits, nuts, and candy. Don't forget the orphans and my little friend Dave. I think he wants a billy goat, a wagon, and a pair of pajamas so he won't get cold. I'm very curious if Dave ever got his billy goat. Now, while there were a lot of homemade gifts at this time, there were also a lot of toys and games for purchase that became super popular during the Depression if you could afford them. Things like the yo-yo, which had actually been around for thousands of years, had a boost in popularity with the introduction of the iconic Duncan yo-yo in the 1930s. Board games like Chinese checkers and Sorry were all the rage, and in 1935, Monopoly became the must-have gift for all ages. And I do find it somewhat ironic that one of the most popular games at the time was Monopoly during the Great Depression. Yin and yang. This was also the decade of the Little Orphan Annie toys, and Little Lulu and Betsy Wetsy dolls were popular. And perhaps the most coveted doll for any little girl was the Shirley Temple doll. She was so famous during this period, so her doll was on a lot of people's wish list. Though her fame actually kind of ruined some of her own Christmas innocence in 1934. I stopped believing in Santa Claus when I was 6. Mother took me to see him in a department store, and he asked for my autograph. Shopping for Christmas gifts like these dolls and board games was actually kind of part of the recovery effort for the economy. And in 1939, President Franklin D. Roosevelt actually moved Thanksgiving up a week to the second to the last Thursday in November, just to give people 7 more days of Christmas shopping, hoping that it might give an extra boost to the economy. Though the change didn't seem to really do much for the economy, but it did make a lot of people mad because, people don't like change, and so it was derisively often called Franksgiving. But even without the additional week of Christmas shopping, stores like Sears and Macy's did much of their business throughout the month of December, and at least in Macy's, this led to a new department which employed thousands of people every year, and that was the gift wrapping department. Scotch tape was introduced in 1930, and there were big advancements in the technology of printed paper that was not super expensive. And so this led Macy's every year to hire an army of women at $14 a week to wrap the gifts. Now, even then, $14 a week was not a lot of money, but it was enough money that it would allow the people to buy some Christmas gifts and make a good Christmas dinner for their family. We always had a big meal. We might have soup for a couple days before Christmas, but my parents thought it was important to keep the tradition of having something special. Other Christmas traditions, many of which could be done on the cheap, that got popular during the Great Depression were things like ice skating in front of Rockefeller Center, the rink being opened on Christmas Day 1936. And from there you could look up and see the iconic Christmas tree which they started putting up in 1931. And in 1933, just down the street at Radio City Music Hall, the Rockettes began the tradition of the Radio City Christmas Spectacular. And you could get tickets for as little as 35 cents, though if you couldn't even afford that, you could at least listen to a bunch of Christmas music on the radio, because this decade gave us a lot of the Christmas music that we still listen to today. Things like Santa Claus is Coming to Town, Winter Wonderland, and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, except it wasn't actually in song form yet. That took place in the 1940s. At first, it was just a storybook, written as part of a marketing campaign for the retailer Montgomery Ward. But if you'd been hit especially hard by the economic downturn and couldn't afford tickets to Radio City or the Rudolph book, well, that doesn't mean that you couldn't still have a Merry Christmas. One of my favorite things that I found while researching this episode was actually a Christmas card, a homemade Christmas card from the Pinheiro family of Chicago. It's from the Christmas of 1933, and they made it out of cut-up brown paper bags, and on it they wrote a poem, and it really conveys how people were feeling during the holidays at this time. In days gone by, when we were broke, we hated to reveal it. In fact, our pride demanded that we struggled to conceal it. But now at last we're right in style and need not fear confession. We shrug and smile and say, oh well, it's merely this depression. And so this card, which once we'd scorn, now seems within all reason. It's cheap, and yet it brings to you best wishes of the season. And so it was all about finding something inexpensive that could still provide the warmth of the holiday season. Whether it was a homemade Christmas card, popcorn on the tree, or an inexpensive recipe for a Christmas pudding. So once the pudding is firmed up, dip it into some simmering water and/or wrap it in a hot towel to loosen it from the bowl, and then you can release it onto a serving plate. Aunt Sammy then says to serve the pudding with whipped cream sweetened and flavored with vanilla or with a currant jelly sauce. I opted for the whipped cream, which just needs a cup of heavy whipping cream along with a quarter cup of powdered sugar and a teaspoon of vanilla. Whisk it all together until you have lovely thick whipped cream, which can be piped around the pudding. And here we are, an inexpensive alternative to Christmas pudding from the Great Depression. So you can tell right away it's a very different texture than a boiled or steamed Christmas pudding. I mean, look at that wobble. I cut a piece out and it holds together. It's nice and firm. So let's give it a try. It is more firm than like pudding. It's almost like, well, it's a little gelatinous. That's really good. The flavor is really, really nice. You can taste the chocolate, you can taste the fruit. I really, really like it. I did just realize there are uncooked egg whites in it, to which I am somewhat allergic. So my mouth has gone a bit numb. I'm gonna be fine, but I'm not gonna have any more. Really need to pay better attention to that. The flavor is great. The texture, I wish it was a little smoother maybe. And I don't really know what you could do to achieve that and still have it hold together. I think to get the shape of it to hold, you do have to use that much gelatin. So it's not like pudding, like we think of pudding here in the US today, that's really smooth. It is a little more firm, more like a jelly mold, but much better tasting. So I hope everyone is able to celebrate a wonderful holiday season this year. Make some wonderful Christmas foods. It's my favorite time of year for cooking, baking, just in general. So yeah, I am going to go take some Benadryl, and I will see you next time on Tasting History. Gingerbread is perhaps my favorite thing to eat during the holidays, and so, running Food History Channel, I decided to look into the history of gingerbread. And what I found out shook me to my core. It got me all verklempt. I'm going to give you a topic. Early gingerbread was neither ginger nor bread. Discuss! Okay, I'm sorry about that. Regardless of early gingerbread sometimes not being anything like what we eat today, I decided, nevertheless, to make my own medieval gingerbread. This time on Tasting History. Now you might notice that today is not my usual posting day. Usually it's on Tuesdays. But when the channel How to Make Everything reached out and let me know that they were making a mortar and pestle from scratch in the way that it would have been done in ye olden days, and wondered if I wanted to use it in a recipe, I kinda had to jump at the chance. That's why I decided to go for gingerbread, which has a lot of spices to grind. Really take this puppy for a test drive. So thank you so much to the team at How to Make Everything for sending me this wonderful mortar and pestle, and make sure to watch the video where they actually make it by hand at the link in the description. So as I mentioned, I'm doing gingerbread, but today's gingerbread ain't your mother's gingerbread. Though, unlike some medieval recipes, at least this one does contain ginger. To make gingerbread, take good honey and clarify it on the fire, and take fair pandeman or wassail bread and grate it, and cast it into the boiling honey, and stir it well together fast with a sklize, that it burn not to the vessel. And then take it down and put therein ginger, long pepper, and saunders, and temper it up with thin hands. And then put them to a flat boist, and straw thereon sugar, and pick therein cloves round about by the edge, and in the mids if it please you, etc. So I left that original spelling because 90% of those words, I think that we can kind of figure out what they mean, and any that weren't, obvious, I put in parentheses to give you a bit of a guide. Anyway, this medieval gingerbread recipe from the 14th century sounds more like it's going to be confectionery or almost candy-like than bread-like. Quite a far cry from what we know as gingerbread today, especially that kind of soft, cakey gingerbread that I love so, so much. interesting thing about that gingerbread is that one of the very first recipes for that soft gingerbread actually came from Amelia Simmons' American Cookery from 1796. And you may remember that that is the same book that has one of the first recipes for a custardy pumpkin pie like we know today. So I guess we owe a lot to Miss Amelia Simmons for holiday baking. But as for our medieval gingerbread, what you'll need is 1 cup or 330 grams of honey, 1/2 loaf or 250 grams of white bread. A note about both of these ingredients, don't feel like you have to stick right to those exact amounts because it's going to vary depending on what kind of bread you use and how dry it is. And it does need to be really very dry because we're going to make breadcrumbs out of it. If you don't want to make breadcrumbs, then you can just buy breadcrumbs and those will work as well. 1 tablespoon dried ginger, 3/4 teaspoon long pepper, a 1/2 teaspoon sandalwood. And a note on all 3 of those ingredients, those amounts again, you can change up. I really want a strong ginger flavor, so I'm using quite a bit of ginger. But if you want something a little bit more peppery, then, change those amounts. There is no rule, the recipe is not specific, so it's really up to you. As for the Saunders or sandalwood, it's hard to find. It doesn't really add much flavor. And so if you want, you can just add some red food coloring to kind of give it a red tint. But even that, you don't have to do, so you can feel free to leave it out. It's not going to make much of a difference when it comes to taste. 1/4 cup or even less of sugar. It's just enough to sprinkle on the top. And several whole cloves for decoration. You can also use some gold leaf for this recipe. Again, you don't have to, it's not mentioned in the recipe, but it is known that in medieval times they often would bedight their gingerbread with gold leaf, just to make it pretty. It actually led to the English phrase, "take the gilt off the gingerbread." So I'm going to be using just a little bit because I do think it's pretty. So first things first, let's put our mortar and pestle to use. So break up the bread with your hands into large breadcrumbs, and then using a mortar and pestle, grind them into fine breadcrumbs. Then grind your dried ginger and your long pepper. So the ginger actually ground up really easily. It took me like a minute or 2, which is pretty great. The long pepper, less easy, has less to do with the mortar and pestle, I think, and the fact that pepper is just hard to grind, and that's one reason why they have the pepper grinders at restaurants rather than a mortar and pestle at the table. Once everything is ground up, pour the honey into a saucepan and set it over medium heat until it's boiling. Now you may recall, if you watched my video on mead, there was a word in the recipe, leng, which I had trouble finding a definite definition. And I actually had some wonderful linguists reach out to me with ideas of where it could have come from, and all fascinating, but nothing was definitive. Then I'm reading this recipe from about 200 years later, not even 100 years later, and the word boiling is spelled the same way, at least the leng part. So I'm curious if leng ended up meaning boiling, or was just a shortened version, which would have made sense in that original video. I think that is just, I think it's so interesting etymologically, which is probably why I don't get invited to a lot of dinner parties. Now when it comes to the honey, most honey that you're going to be buying is already clarified, so you're not going to have to skim anything off the top. If you are using unclarified honey, then there might be some things at the top that you need to skim off, so go ahead and skim those now. Then, once it's boiling, add in your breadcrumbs until you get a nice homogeneous mixture. So here's where you need to be a little bit flexible with the ingredients because the amount of breadcrumbs that you're going to add can vary. So I would add just a bit at a time. I actually probably added too many at once, but you can add just a bit at a time, and you just want it to kind of come away from the sides of the pot. That's the consistency you're looking for. You can always add more. You can also always add more honey. Even if it's not boiling, it's fine, because it's fine. Then turn off the heat and stir in your spices. Now it's going to be hot, but you can go ahead and taste a little bit at this time to see if you want to add some more spices. Then take the mixture out of the pan and put it onto a sheet of parchment. Then roll it out until it's nice and smooth. At this point, you want to let it firm up for a few hours or even overnight, which should give us plenty of time to see how this gingerbread became this gingerbread. They brought him first the sweet wine, and mead also in a maslin, and royal spicery of gingerbread that was full fine, and licorice, and also cumin, with sugar that is so nice. Now that was from Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales, written around the same time as our recipe, and it lets us see that this was not a treat for the masses, but rather an opulent item worthy of the royal spicery. And while not always necessarily royal, gingerbread and other spiced breads had definitely been a luxury item since their introduction to Europe. According to legend, in 992 the Armenian monk Gregory of Nicopolis brought a honey and spice treat possibly similar to those that had been eaten in ancient Rome and even ancient Greece to Bonderoy, France, where his guests on tasting the cake believed they were experiencing all the delights of heaven. But what Gregory brought probably didn't actually have any ginger in it, but was what the French would later call pain d'épices, or spice bread. But ginger or no, spiced cakes began cropping up all over Northern Europe. Pfefferkuchen, or pepper cake, in Germany, which oddly enough didn't have any pepper in it, or pierniki trunski, or Torun gingerbread from Poland, which did contain ginger and is first mentioned as being baked in 1380, around the same time as our recipe from England. Now before that, in the 13th century, the monks of Nuremberg began creating a baked good called Lebkuchen. And they took this cake so seriously that in the 15th century, they established a guild to regulate its production. Essentially, other than Christmas and Easter, nobody was allowed to make this cake except for the bakers in the guild. And according to legend, the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III, in an effort to bolster his popularity, had 4,000 Lebkuchen molded in his likeness for the children of the city. Following Frederick's foray into propagandistic baked goods, Queen Elizabeth I herself decided to dabble in the power of the gingerbread man. Supposedly, at one of these grand feasts that the Virgin Queen held, she had baked a collection of gingerbread men and perhaps gingerbread women, all in the likeness of her courtiers and visiting dignitaries. Now, we don't know a lot about why exactly she did this or how well it was received, but I like to imagine that it was Elizabeth's way of telling people what she thought of them at any given time. Here is your gingerbread likeness, Lady Knowles. It really catches your beauty. And Sir Walter Raleigh. The resemblance is uncanny. Queen Elizabeth was not the only Elizabethan enamored with gingerbread, for at the same time, William Shakespeare wrote, "And had I but 1 penny in the world, thou shouldst have it to buy gingerbread." So by now you could buy gingerbread for just a penny, which actually, while still rather expensive for what it is in the reach of much more of the population. So it's no wonder that around this time we start seeing gingerbread cropping up in a lot of the recipe books for the average wealthy household. And small versions that were kind of like modern ginger biscuits were actually being sold at fairs all around Britain. And still to this day in Cornwall, something called a fairing is basically a little ginger biscuit. But to see gingerbread really come into its artistic own, we have to go back over to the continent for gingerbread and Sprengelemolds. Now used on all sorts of spiced breads, the origin of these intricately carved wooden molds is up for some debate. Some say Torun, Poland, some say Swabia, Germany, but regardless of where they came from, they are absolutely beautiful works of art and can often be as large as 3 feet tall. I have always wanted one of these antique molds that you can get, so maybe by next Christmas, I'll have one and I'll use it in a video. That's my 2021 goal. Now, there is a 12th century French poem that translates to the land of cocaine, nothing to do with its unfortunate modern homonym. Instead, it was this kind of mythical medieval land of plenty and opulent foods that crops up all through art and literature through the Middle Ages. And in this poem, a peasant is dreaming of a land where the houses were made of barley sugar and cakes, the streets were paved with pastry. Sounds just delightful. So 700 years after this poem, 2 brothers decided to retell the story in a sort of fairy tale called Das Märchen vom Schlaraffenland. And perhaps it was one of these houses made of cake that inspired another fairy tale that these 2 wrote about a non-child-friendly cannibalistic witch. Not very Christmassy, you say, but the Grimm brothers' fairy tale, Hansel and Gretel, started a tradition of decorating gingerbread houses around Christmas time that flourished throughout Germany, Europe, and even in the Americas all through the 19th century. Now I can tell you that our medieval gingerbread's consistency is not going to make for a very good gingerbread house, but as Paul Hollywood always says on the Great British Bake Off whenever they're making gingerbread houses, it all comes down to taste. So once your gingerbread is cooled and firmed up a bit, go ahead and straw or scatter a bit of sugar over the top. The amount is really up to you. Now at this point, you can cut it up however you want. I ended up just doing little squares, but you could use cookie cutters or even have some sort of stamp and imprint something on it. It should be soft enough to do so. Then you can go ahead and decorate it with the cloves and or the gold leaf if you want. So here we are, medieval gingerbread. Now the interesting thing with the clove is, I'm guessing people weren't eating full cloves because that's odd, but just putting the clove in there for a few minutes, I'm thinking it's going to give it quite a bit of flavor because I can smell it really coming through. It doesn't take much. Clove is really, really strong. So let's give this a try. The nice thing is, if there's any gold on it, you can actually eat that. It is edible. Let's have a go. They're candy-like. It's a little grittier than I might like. Lots of ginger, which is what I want. Really nice, really comes through. There's a little burn there at the end because I use that dried ginger that I ground up. If you like ginger, these are a wonderful little candy, because that's what they are. They're really more like almost like a gummy candy, but they're really nice. I wouldn't equate it with gingerbread though. And I will see you next time on Tasting History. That gingerbread was one of the first recipes that I decided to include in the Tasting History cookbook when I was first planning that out. And I think it's about time I revisit gingerbread, maybe with more of a modern gingerbread cake. Modern being, 200 years ago. Anyway, next video. Long before eggnog and turkey, the people of medieval Europe celebrated Christmas with a boar's head. And while I have no boar's head, I do have some good boar meat, and so I'm going to be making a medieval recipe for Christmas boar with black sauce. Christmas is a time for, above all things, eating, and that was definitely the case in medieval Europe. From December 25th to January 6th, it was a time for feasting, as long as you could afford it. And in England and many parts of Northern Europe, that feast began with a boar's head. This boar his head in hand I bring, with garland gay in portering. I pray you all with me to sing, with hay. Lords, knights, and squires, parsons, priests, and vicars, the boar his head is in the first dish, with hay. Catchy, kind of. Now, typically the boar's head would have been hollowed out and then stuffed with other meat, fruit, and spices, and then boiled, and then that would have been paraded into the banquet hall. But the rest of the boar meat wouldn't have gone to waste. They would have just cooked it in a similar manner, but served it more just like a roast. And since I have no boar's head, and believe me, I tried to find one, I could not, it is what it is. I'm going to be using boar shoulder to recreate a mashup of two recipes from the 16th century German cookbook, Das Kochbuch der Sabiner Wälzerin. And my favorite part of this cookbook is actually how she starts it out. In the name of the Holy Trinity, I, Sabiner Wälzerin, begin this cookbook. Clearly a missed opportunity for me, because that is obviously how I should have opened my cookbook as well. Next time. Anyway, her recipe says that the meat should be seasoned well with pepper, ginger, and a little cloves, nutmeg, and saffron, laid on a grate and basted with wine. Afterwards, make a black sauce with it. First, you should heat up a little fat and brown a small spoonful of wheat flour in the fat, and after that, put good wine into it and good cherry syrup, so that it becomes black. And sugar, ginger, pepper, cloves, and cinnamon, grapes, raisins, and finely chopped almonds. And taste it however it seems good to you, make it so. Spread it with mince of apples, almonds, and raisins, then you have a lordly dish. So for this recipe, what you'll need is 1 teaspoon of pepper, 1 teaspoon of ginger, an 1/8 teaspoon of cloves, a 1/2 teaspoon of nutmeg, a pinch of saffron threads, and 1 teaspoon of salt. Whisk all of that together and then rub it well into the meat. Then heat some fat in a deep pan, you can use either oil or lard, and then set the meat in. Let it sear for 2 to 3 minutes, then turn it to sear on the other side. Continue to move the meat every few minutes until there's a good sear all over it. Then pour about a cup of wine over the top of the meat and quickly set the lid on the pan. Then set the pan in the oven at 375 degrees Fahrenheit or 190 Celsius. Ideally, you want to think ahead and choose a pan that's deep enough that you can actually close the lid with the meat in it. I clearly did not think ahead, but it worked just fine all the same. Now, I left mine in the oven for about 2 hours until it got to 205 Fahrenheit, that's 190 Celsius. But depending on the cut of meat that you're using, you might want less temperature, so just keep that in mind. Once it's done though, take it out of the oven and let it rest for 15 to 20 minutes before slicing into it. That should give you about enough time to make your black sauce. Now what's really cool about this sauce is that unlike most medieval recipes that would thicken their sauces often with breadcrumbs, this uses fat and flour to essentially make a roux, which was cutting edge at that time. But the flavors are very much those of earlier centuries. So for the sauce, what you'll need is 1.5 tablespoons of fat. I'm using beef tallow, but any fat will work. 1.5 tablespoons of whole wheat flour, 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of wine, a half cup or 120 milliliters of cherry syrup. Now I was actually going to make my own cherry syrup, but it turns out you can't find fresh cherries at this time of year, and they wouldn't have been able to either, so clearly they were using syrup that they had made during cherry picking season. So I ended up having to buy some cherry syrup. You just want to make sure to find one that the only ingredients are cherries, water, and sugar. A half cup of grapes, a third cup of raisins, a quarter cup of almond slivers, then 1.5 teaspoons of sugar, a half teaspoon of ginger, a half teaspoon of pepper, an eighth teaspoon of cloves, and a quarter teaspoon of cinnamon. Now, as with most medieval recipes, she doesn't actually give you any quantities of ingredients, so all of those amounts are my interpretation, so if you want more or less of anything, go ahead. So first, heat the fat in a saucepan until it's quite hot, and then add the flour, quickly stirring it in. While you stir, let it heat for about 5 minutes until it starts to thicken and darken up, and then add the wine and mix vigorously. Once it's well incorporated, then add the cherry syrup and let the sauce simmer for about 5 minutes, and finally stir in those spices and add in the grapes, raisins, and almonds, stir them in, and let it simmer for another 10 minutes or so as it thickens up. And speaking of thickening up, based on descriptions of the period, it seems that Christmas time was the time to thicken up in medieval Europe. So the Boar's Head Carol, one of the earliest versions being written down in 1521, describes bringing in this boar's head to start off the feast. The thing is, by the time it was written down in England, it was really hard to be getting a boar's head for your feast because they had all but hunted them to extinction by that time, in England at least. In other parts of Europe, they still had them, but in England, they were almost gone. So instead, they would often use a pig's head and then put like fake tusks on it, or else they would bake a pie or a cake of some sort in the shape of a boar's head. Now in the Boar's Head Carol, if you continue to sing on, you'll hear about some of the other dishes that were available at this feast. Then comes in the second course with much pride, the cranes, the herons, the bitterns by their side, to partridges and the plovers, the woodcocks and the snipe, with hay. Larks in hot show ladies for to pick, good drink thereto, luscious and fine, drinks of alamain, romney and wine, with hay. Good brewed ale and wine, dare I say, the boar his head with mustard armed so gay. Fermenty for pottage with venison fine, and the umbles of the dough, and all that ever comes in. Capons well baked with the pieces of the roe, raisins of currants with other spices more, with hay. So in all of the original pronunciation, that all would have rhymed and been a much better song. So first it was a bunch of different birds, then drinks like wine from Germany and Greece, as well as ale. Then comes fermenty, which was a wheat porridge, but at Christmas it was often mixed with spices and different fruit, and is the precursor to the Christmas pudding or plum pudding that we know today. After that comes the venison, doe, and roe, these are all deer, and the umbles refer to their organ meat. Then the capons, or castrated roosters, and finally the raisins of currants, which are the currants that today we call Zante currants. What you'll note is missing from the menu is fish of any kind, and that's because at the time, during the 4 weeks leading up to Christmas, the period known as Advent, it was a time when all you ate pretty much was fish. It was one of the long periods of fasting in medieval Europe, and while fasting today means typically abstaining from food in general, not so much then. It just meant abstaining from meat, milk, butter, cheese, poultry, and eggs. Fasting at the period didn't even technically mean to eat less. In fact, they ate just as much, it was just fish. The roll of household expenses of the Bishop of Hereford, Richard de Swinfield, shows that a Christmas Eve feast held in 1289 included huge amounts of herrings, codlings, and conger eels, along with a very expensive salmon worth over 5 shillings. That's somewhere around $500 in today's money. It's always tough to do a conversion like that with this much time in between, but it was a really fancy salmon. Now, the amount of food exactly could be guessed at by the fact that they had to obtain 12 cups, 300 dishes, 150 large plates, and 200 small plates for this feast. And I know that a dozen cups doesn't really sound like very many, but people back then would share one cup. It could be 3 or 4, up to like 15 or 20 people sharing one cup for the feast. Medieval times was a terrible time for people who hated backwash, like me. So this period of fasting was also a period of hard work. First of all, it was the end of the hunting season, technically the boar hunting season, hence the boar's head kicking off Christmas. But it was also a time to gather up as much money as you could to pay for the 12 days of Christmas, which was a period of no work and all play. As one 15th century sermon said, "In Christmas week, there is no time to fast." Actually, the church was sometimes displeased with the Christmas festivities because it would often go from religious festival to hedonistic bacchanal, marked by gluttony by surfeit of diverse meats and drinks. And they weren't wrong about this, it's just that sometimes the clergy participated in this gluttony. Like the bishop who had all the fishes at one feast, well, as soon as Christmas started, they kicked off a 3-day feast, which included 1 full boar, 2 3/4 carcasses of beef, 2 calves, 4 doves, 4 pigs, about 60 chickens, 8 partridges, and 2 geese, along with copious amounts of bread, cheese, and ale. In 1252, King Henry III held a Christmas feast in York for 1,000 guests and bought so much food that he ran out of money, so the Bishop of York had to pitch in £2,700 and an entire herd of oxen. Now, it's thought that the king went so overboard on this Christmas feast because 2 years earlier, in 1250, he had gone underboard on his Christmas feast and was considered kind of stingy, which is not a good thing to be at Christmas, especially if you're the king. Noblesse oblige. If you can afford to help others, you are obligated to help those less fortunate. Now, for most of the year, the medieval nobility kind of thought that was a nice idea rather than something to actually practice. But at Christmastide, well, it was time to pony up. It was a time to help the poor, your servants, your tenants, but this hospitality definitely had its limits. In 1314, for example, 3 villeins or feudal tenants on a manor belonging to Wells Cathedral received 2 white loaves, as much beer as they will drink in a day, a mess of beef and of bacon with mustard, 1 of browis stew of hen, and a cheese, fuel to cook their food and to burn from dinner time till even and afterwards, and 2 candles. Not a bad spread, but it turns out that these 3 villeins or tenants were rather privileged in the community because most of the people who got invited to Christmas, well, he must bring with him his own cloth, cup, and trencher, and take away all that is left on his cloth. And he shall have for himself and his neighbors 1 wastel loaf, cut in 3 for the ancient Christmas game to be played with the said wastel. This ancient game was likely the game called King of the Bean, which is where they would take a bean or sometimes a small figurine of Jesus and put it inside of a loaf of bread or a cake, and then whoever got that in their portion became the King of Christmas, the King of the feast. It's actually a tradition that is still around today in the form of the king cake, which is eaten either at Epiphany or Mardi Gras. There were also other non-bean related entertainments at Christmas. Music was often performed during feasts by professional singers and instrumentalists, and it's during this period that we start to see the earliest forms of Christmas carols. And a few of those medieval Christmas carols are still with us today, even if they are in slightly different versions. But they are available to listen to, so I'm going to put some links in the description to where you can hear on YouTube some of my favorite Christmas, Renaissance, and medieval music. Christmas was also a time to watch mystery plays. Not mystery as in like Agatha Christie, but mystery as in the miracles in the Bible. And originally these would have been performed by monks as part of a church service. But after a while it became thought that a monk playing Mother Mary or King Herod as he slaughters the innocents, one of those Christmas stories you don't often hear today, well, it was unbecoming of a monk, and so they started being performed by laymen from the different guilds in a town. The issue was that after a little wassail and some Christmas cheer, the laymen would make these plays maybe a little less religious and a little more lewd and bawdy. Not blasphemous, but bawdy enough that they moved them out of the church and into the public square. The Middle Ages also saw the dawn of a new Christmas tradition, and that is the nativity scene. Credit for the first nativity scene actually goes to Saint Francis of Assisi. In 1223, he was in Greccio, Italy, and asked the Lord there to prepare a cave that was in town with a hay-filled manger and live animals to resemble the place where Jesus was born. And only a few years later, in 1229, it was written that the men and women of that town with exulting hearts prepared tapers and torches, as they were able to illuminate that night, which with its radiant star had illuminated all the days and years. At length Francis, the saint of God, came, and finding all things prepared, beheld them and rejoiced. Things like carols and the nativity scene are just the tip of many medieval Christmas traditions that are still with us today. Decking the halls with boughs of holly? Medieval. Christmas trees? Medieval, at least in Germany. In fact, both of those are probably far older than medieval traditions, but they were popular in medieval Europe. Kissing under the mistletoe, drinking spiced wine, eating gingerbread and minced meat pies, all medieval. Perhaps most medieval of all is the term Christmas itself. It was in the mid-11th century that the first printing of the words Christus Messa, or Christmas, Mass of Christ, appeared in Old English. And that's why I chose that spelling to put on my Christmas sweater, still available, link is in the description. What's also medieval, though, is the abbreviation, Xmas, because a lot of people today get upset at the abbreviation Xmas instead of Christmas, and it's just because they don't realize that it's just as old, if not older, than the term Christmas itself. The Greek X or Chi was used as an abbreviation for Christ starting in the 1st century, and in 1021 the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle used it to abbreviate what translates to on Christmas morning. And by the 16th century it had become Xmas, and that became Xmas. So it's been around for a long time, and it's perfectly okay to write that if you don't want to spell out Christmas. It's also perfectly okay for you to have a boar's head presented at your next Christmas feast. If you can find a boar's head, good luck to you, maybe if you're a hunter or something. But if not, then just some boar meat will work. But most importantly is you gotta have that wonderful black sauce, which I am about to finish up. So once your sauce is thickened, take it off the stove, then carve your boar and make a medley of minced apples, raisins, and almonds to lay about the meat, and then serve it forth. And here we are, medieval Christmas boar with black sauce. They wouldn't have been using forks, so I'm gonna eat with my fingers as they would have. There's so much spice in that sauce. I absolutely love it. It's just warming. You get the flavor of the wine, but it's so much sweeter and spiced. It's more like if you took spiced wine and made it into a sauce, which I guess is exactly what it is. But it's absolutely fantastic, and it pairs really well with the gaminess of the boar. This is some gamey boar. And so that sweetness kind of mutes that gaminess a little bit. But it just complements it really well. I think it would go really well with just pork. You don't need boar, just some pork. It's the sauce. The sauce is the star. The boar is the vessel for the sauce. I also love that there are all these just like little pieces of fruit and everything because it is all in the sauce, and then you make the medley of apples and everything. So grape, wonderful, because it has the flavor of grape, but then it also has that sauce on it. Fantastic. So there is one more boar's head related tale that I wanted to relate, and that took place at Queen's College, Oxford in 1341, the year the college was founded. It said that a student was out walking in the forest, reading some Aristotle, when a wild boar came charging at him. Well, knowing that he couldn't fight off a boar and knowing that he couldn't outrun the boar, he instead took his volume of Aristotle and chucked it at the boar, went down the boar's throat, and he said, "Grecum est," it's Greek, and thus killed the boar with Aristotle. He choked on the Greek, I guess. Is it a true story? No, absolutely not. But the tradition says that then they cut off its head, and that was the first boar's head at Queen's College, and they actually still have a feast every year with a boar's head. But I know I've never been invited. One year maybe, but for now, I'm just gonna have to have my boar with black sauce instead. Also, just a reminder that the Tasting History Cookbook is available. Wonderful gift for the holidays, and if you buy it or bought it, I would really appreciate you leaving a good review, provided you liked it, a good review wherever you got it. It really, really helps, and I would really appreciate it. And a wonderful, happy holidays to you all, and I will see you next time on Tasting History. Oh, and also happy holidays from our new kittens, Milo and Ollie. They don't like this. Christmas dinner in the trenches of World War I was rarely as festive as it was back home, but almost every British soldier could count on a slice of Christmas pudding, even if that pudding was pretty basic due to wartime rationing. World War I was hell on earth, which made things like celebrating Christmas Day all the more special for the troops on the front lines. Some celebrations were ones for the history books, like the famous Christmas Truce of 1914, when the German and Allied troops came out of the trenches to play football in no man's land, that desolate space between the lines which was a tangle of barbed wire and shell holes. But that was a one-time event. More often, the day was pretty routine. On Christmas Day, we were in the firing line and were served one slice of pudding and 7 dates. But it was so cold, and we were always wet. So while some British troops got to enjoy big lavish dinners of turkey and potatoes and dressing, most only had a slice of plum pudding to break up the monotony that was their daily ration of bully beef and hardtack. And while some of these puddings arrived in a tin, many were packages from home, lovingly steamed by mothers and wives and sisters to send to their boys at the front. But with the war came rationing of many of the ingredients that made a Christmas plum pudding so rich. And so in November of 1915, the Bystander published several recipes that neglected the more hard-to-find ingredients, like this recipe for cheap Christmas pudding. 1/2 pound of finely chopped suet, 3/4 pound of raisins and currants, a 1/2 pound each of flour, sugar, potatoes, and carrots, 1 nutmeg, 2 ounces of candied peel, a little salt, and cinnamon. Grate the potatoes and carrots raw and add them last. It is an improvement to use 1/2 flour and 1/2 breadcrumbs. This quantity makes 2 large puddings which must be steamed 9 hours. So it's quite different from most pudding recipes, which have either egg or cream or at least brandy to give it some moisture. This has no liquid added, so I'm guessing it's just the carrots and potatoes that are going to give it any kind of moisture. That said, I'm going to guess it's going to be pretty dry as well, so you'll want something to drink with it. And in the trenches, that probably would have meant coffee. Now, other than the coffee, what you'll need for this pudding recipe is 1 cup or 120 grams of suet, 1 1/3 cup or 170 grams of raisins and currants, 1 cup of flour, 1 cup of breadcrumbs, 1 cup of brown sugar, 1 heaping cup of grated potatoes, 1 heaping cup of grated carrots, 1 teaspoon of nutmeg, 2 tablespoons or 28 grams of candied peel, a 1/4 teaspoon of salt, and a 1/2 teaspoon of cinnamon. Now I've cut all of the amounts of the original recipe in half because it is for 2 large puddings and I just want 1 large pudding, but if you want 2, double it. So start by mixing all of your dry ingredients together in a large bowl, basically everything but the potatoes and the carrots. Once everything is well mixed, then you can add the potatoes and the carrots. And like I said, this is where a lot of the moisture is going to be coming from, so don't squeeze any of the liquid out. Keep it all in. Once everything is completely mixed, then you can prepare your pudding basin. You want to butter it well and then cut a circle of parchment paper the size of the bottom and butter it on one side and then set it in butter side up. Then pour in your batter, gently pressing it down and smooth the top. Then we come to the tricky part. creating a watertight seal around the pudding. To do that, take a large square of parchment and lay it on top of a slightly larger square of aluminum foil, and then fold them both over and back to create a sort of crease in the middle that will allow for some movement when the pudding expands. Then set this on top of the pudding, parchment side down, and wrap it around the rim. Then tie a string around the rim as tight as possible. And it really helps if you have a proper pudding basin for this because the rim tends to stick out further so it can really grab onto that string, which you're going to want. Then trim the edge of the parchment and tuck the foil in under it to form the seal. Finally, make a handle by looping another string through the string that's tied around the rim and make sure that it holds so you can easily lift it without the string coming undone. This is the part that scares me the most whenever I am making a pudding, but so far I've never lost one. So far. Then set the pudding in a pot and pour boiling water in it until it comes about 2/3 up the side of the basin. Then set it over medium heat, put the lid on, and let it steam for 9 full hours. Every hour or so you're going to want to add probably a little bit more boiling water. If it goes too low, then you're frying the pudding and not steaming it. Now I am really curious how this is going to work out because the mixture is so much drier than any pudding that I've ever made, especially a Christmas pudding like the Victorian plum pudding that I made in the episode on Christmas puddings. That was a figgy pudding with eggs and brandy, and those things were hard to get during World War I. So I don't know how or even if this is going to work out. I really imagine that it's just going to crumble when I take it out of the steamer, which after 9 hours will be very discouraging. But yeah, we will find out together once I tell you a little bit more about what Christmas dinner was like during World War I. As a British soldier during World War I, the quality of your Christmas dinner would depend on a number of things. First, what front were you on, how close to the front were you, and at what point during the war was it? Because as the war went on, the quality of Christmas dinners declined. But at that first Christmas dinner in 1914, there was a definite concerted effort to bring the Christmas spirit to the boys at the front, especially if you were an officer. I went up to see the Lincoln Colonel, and there I found the second in command and the adjutant sitting down to a jolly good Christmas, which they'd sent across and told me to come and join. And we had roast pheasant and plum pudding and plenty of rum. Of course, the Colonel could always get rather more than the ration. No, we had a real slap-up meal. But even many of the enlisted men that first year wrote home about dinners that included ham and roast beef, potatoes, asparagus, parsnips, mince pies, fruit, nuts, and puddings. Some even got turkeys, even if they had to cook them themselves. First Christmas we had, someone got a turkey, but I don't know where they got it from. But we made a trough in the ground and put a fire in it, and then put some iron bars across the top and laid the turkey on the top. It was a sort of barbecue thing, you know? And if you were at the very front line and couldn't sit down to a full Christmas dinner, you might be lucky enough to get a care package from home or even from the royal family. Around 400,000 Princess Mary boxes arrived at the front lines by Christmas 1914, and there were a great deal more delivered in the weeks and years after. These were brass boxes engraved with an image of Princess Mary, the 17-year-old daughter of King George V. See, in October of 1914, Princess Mary had started a fund to provide some Christmas gifts to everyone wearing the King's uniform on Christmas Day 1914. The boxes could include candy, spices, chocolate, pencils, pipes, tobacco, and cigarettes. They also included a picture of the princess and a greeting from King George V and Queen Mary, which read, "May God protect you and bring you safely home." Less elaborate packages were often put together not for the entire army, but for individual units by the people from their hometown. The Leicester County Club sent a box of chocolates to every man in the Leicestershire Regiment, and a brewery in Guildford sent hampers which included canned Irish stew, canned pineapple, mustard, peppermints, and of course Christmas puddings, among other things. And it may have been some of those gifts from home that British soldiers shared and traded to, of all people, the German troops in the opposing trench. One of the most enduring stories of Christmas during World War I is that of the Christmas truce that first December. As darkness came on, lights were seen in the German lines in the Rue du Bois. Later on, their whole line was illuminated. I think they had hoisted lanterns on tall poles on their parapet and in their trenches. After, they began to sing. They sang beautifully. The whole effect was weird in the extreme. They then started shouting across to us, which we replied. I think everyone felt very homesick on Christmas Eve. Thoughts of our families at homes were uppermost in our minds. The night passed without a shot being fired on either side. In the morning, the Germans started shouting remarks across the lines which, at first, were not complimentary. Afterwards, they shouted greetings, such as, "Good morning, Englishmen! A Merry Christmas! You no shoot, we no shoot." There was no shooting all day. Not only was there no shooting, but a few brave souls on either side got out of the trenches and went to greet each other in no man's land, and eventually started trading gifts and food and drink and tobacco, and then they started playing football. There are even reports in several letters that say that the Germans won a match 3-2. The truce also allowed the men to gather the bodies of their fallen comrades and give them proper burials. Now, the following day, Boxing Day, the ceasefire ended pretty much everywhere. A few places it lasted for a few days, but mostly the fighting began again, and it was not repeated the next year, nor ever again. It was just that first Christmas in 1914. Perhaps it's because the brutality of the war really ramped up in that next year, and it's kind of hard to celebrate Christmas with your enemy when you're also trying to kill them. The following year, 1915, Private William Bower wrote, "On Christmas Eve we have a short voluntary service and communion in a bell tent. Very strange, singing 'Peace on Earth' and off to kill all we can early next morning." It's a fair point. Though before they went off to kill all they could the next morning, we had a few comforts given out, including a piece of Christmas pudding. Our colonel wishes us a happy Christmas, and we move away into the night, passing other bodies of troops moving off with artillery rumbling along. We have a secession midday for our Christmas dinner, bully and biscuits. Even by that second year, many of the Christmas feasts had dwindled, and for those in the front lines, it was rations just like every other day, plus that obligatory slice of Christmas pudding, which often came in a can, which boasted a hearty Christmas greeting from the City of London Territorial Association. And they were perfect for the trenches because all you needed to prepare them was a pot of boiling water. Directions: place the tin in boiling water and continue boiling as follows. 1 pound tin, 1 hour, and 10 minutes extra for each additional pound. But for those a little further back from the front line, they were able to find not only pudding, but some turkeys. Whether it was raising a few and preparing them themselves, or purchasing them from merchants further from the lines, which is what one company in the 38th Welsh Division did when they paid 592 francs for 25 turkeys in 1915. But as the war went on, even the turkeys became a little more scarce. And there are still records of big Christmas feasts for some of the soldiers, but more often the diary entries and letters home read like these from 1916. Somewhere in France. There was no real Christmas dinner, just the usual rations, as the parcels from home didn't arrive until the afternoon. My Christmas dinner was a tin of bully beef which I dug out of the snow because it had been discarded by the previous occupants of the gun pit. The cook, together with the ration lorry, couldn't come because the roads were in such a state on account of ice and snow. And so my Christmas was a tin of bully beef, just fried it up and made a hash of it. That was 1916. And 1917 was even more meager, though one company who were unable to get back from the front lines and so didn't get a Christmas dinner were promised a treat of milk and rum punch. But the officer in charge took a sip and spat it out. The cooks, gloriously drunk, had substituted the demijohns of rum with the demijohns of whale oil. So only 1 out of the 4 Dixies, I think, had any rum in it. The rest had milk and whale oil. So none of us got any rum punch. And on the sea, it was pretty much the same story. A Royal Marine recalled being on a ship at Christmas in 1917. All the fresh food disappeared, and we had a Christmas dinner of salt pork and rice, which wasn't very appetizing. See, the Brits had been fighting for 3 years now, and each Christmas got a little bleaker, which probably made it all the more galling to watch the Americans, who were celebrating their first Christmas at war, getting all of that goodwill and hospitality that the British had got back in 1914. Bountiful provision made for armed forces. Every American soldier in France is to get his Christmas turkey, cranberry sauce, sweet potatoes, and mince pie after all. One battleship has announced that its Christmas menu will be mock turtle soup, olives, roast turkey, sage dressing, giblet gravy, cranberry sauce, potatoes au gratin, celery, roast pork loin, mixed pickles, buttered beets, applesauce, mashed sweet potatoes, asparagus salad, cheese and crackers, apple pie, chocolate cake, ice cream, fresh fruit, nuts and raisins, coffee, cigars. And it was biscuits and bully beef for poor Tommy in the trenches. Unless your ma back at home was lucky enough to scrounge up some potatoes and carrots so she could make you and send you this cheap Christmas pudding. So after 9 hours, your pudding should be well steamed so you can take it out of the water, very carefully remove the string and foil, and turn it out onto a plate. Huzzah! I am actually shocked that it didn't just crumble into pieces. Now, most in the trenches would have probably eaten it just like this, but if you were lucky enough to have access to the commissary, maybe you could make some sort of sauce for it, like this brandy sauce, which is also from the 1915 article. All you do is cream together a 1/4 pound or 113 grams of butter with a 1/3 cup or 70 grams of sugar, then slowly add a couple ounces of sherry or brandy. And at that point, it's kind of like clotted cream, which can be used, but you can also warm it up just enough so that it pours on top. And here we are, a rationed Christmas pudding ready to send to the front lines in France. Here we go. That's wonderful. I actually think I like it more than a rich plum pudding. The carrots you get a little bit of that carrot cake flavor, and it's just lovely. It's also not dry at all. In fact, it's very, very moist, but it isn't as dense as many plum puddings can be. Which I actually think I prefer. As for the brandy sauce, I could just drink that by the glass. Now, while the fighting men in the British Army were being sent plum Christmas puddings like this, they were also sending things home as well. Christmas cards. Some were like postcards that relied mostly on humor to carry the holiday greeting, but some were unbelievably elaborate embroidered Christmas cards likely made by women in Belgium and France. Some even had a silk pocket to include a letter. One of the most prolific senders of these cards was a private to his wife back in England. And it's almost as corny as a Hallmark Christmas special because his actual name was Holly Christmas. To my darling sweetheart, may every joy attend you this Christmas, with fondest love and kisses from one only absent in person, your only boy, Holly. Have a Merry Christmas, everyone, and I'll see you next time on Tasting History. If you've never had real homemade eggnog, you have got to try it. It is so much better than anything that you can buy at the store. It's so good that in 1826, when it was taken away from the cadets at West Point, they made their own, got wasted on it, and started a riot, destroying a building and nearly killing one of their officers. So I'll be making a 19th century recipe for eggnog to see just what all the fuss was about. So I made eggnog way back when I first started the channel, and I talked about the history of the drink in that video, but I left out any mention of the eggnog riot. And since I wanted to tell this story, I figured I would do a new recipe for eggnog, new old recipe for eggnog, specifically the recipe that I have in the Tasting History cookbook, which makes an excellent holiday gift. This recipe is based on one from the 1887 edition of the White House Cookbook. Eggnog. Beat the yolks of 12 eggs very light, stir in as much white sugar as they will dissolve, pour in gradually 1 glass of brandy to cook the egg, 1 glass of old whiskey, 1 grated nutmeg, and 3 pints of rich milk. Beat the whites to a froth and stir in last. Nice and simple, but also nice and boozy. This recipe is not specific in how much alcohol to add, but I looked at other recipes from the period, and they add a lot. So if you don't want as much, then you can cut back the quantities that I'm going to give you. But for this recipe, what you'll need is 3/4 of a cup or 150 grams of granulated sugar, 1 quart or 1 liter of whole milk, 2 cups or 475 milliliters of heavy cream, 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of brandy, 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of rye whiskey, a whole nutmeg or 2 or 3 teaspoons of ground nutmeg, and a dozen medium or 10 large eggs divided into yolks and whites. So when I was testing this recipe for the cookbook a few years ago, I used egg whites. But they're uncooked egg whites, and since then I've become oddly allergic to uncooked egg whites, so I'm going to be using aquafaba today. It literally means bean water, and it's made from the viscous liquid, or it just is the viscous liquid that you get from cooked chickpeas. The thing is, they act and taste pretty much just like egg whites, especially once they're whipped, so I doubt I'll notice the difference, but I guess I'll see when I taste it. So first, beat the yolks until they are a pale yellow, and then as you continue beating, add about 1/3 of the sugar, then beat it until it's incorporated, then add another 1/3 and beat, and finally that last 1/3 of sugar and beat. And if you want, you can continue adding sugar just until it doesn't dissolve anymore. You want it nice and thick so it leaves a ribbon pattern when it drizzles from the whisk. Once you've added all your sugar, slowly pour in the brandy, all while beating the eggs, then add in the whiskey in the same way, and then stir in the milk, and finally the heavy cream. Then you're going to add the nutmeg, and you're going to stir it, but it's not really going to dissolve. Just keep stirring to at least incorporate it, even if it doesn't all dissolve. Then it's time to whisk your egg whites, or in my case, the aquafaba. But what's crazy is they act pretty much the same way. So whisk them up until you have a nice soft peak, and then add about 1/3 of them and gently fold them into the eggnog until everything is nice and smooth. Then repeat this with the next 1/3 and the next. And that's your nog. Pretty much. You actually can drink it right now, but it is going to be much better if you leave it in a cool place like the refrigerator for at least 4 hours, but preferably for 2 or 3 days. One, that is going to let the alcohol kind of mellow, but it's also going to let the flavors develop, leaving you with an eggnog worthy of rioting. Which, my dear viewer, brings us to the Eggnog Riot of 1826. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through West Point, all the students were wasted, about to tear up the joint. Though actually the story of the Eggnog Riot starts not at Christmas, but on the 4th of July in 1825. See, at the United States Military Academy in West Point, New York, alcohol was strictly prohibited to the cadets. But Superintendent Colonel Sylvanus Thayer, who was notoriously strict, did allow the privilege of a holiday tipple on the 4th of July and on Christmas Eve, the latter being in the form of eggnog. But being a bunch of college students, on the 4th of July in 1825, one drink turned into many drinks and everybody got drunk and they performed a snake dance, whatever that is, but it culminated in them taking the commandant of the school and putting him on their shoulders and carrying him off somewhere. It got Thayer pretty angry because that's not how West Point cadets should behave, and so he decided no more alcohol, either at the 4th of July or at Christmas. Well, when you tell a bunch of 18 and 19-year-olds that they can't have something, they are going to be bound and determined to have exactly that thing. And the nearest place to procure liquor, chiefly whiskey, were 2 nearby taverns, the North Tavern and Benny Havens. Now these places were strictly off limits to cadets, but that never really stopped them from going. It just meant that they couldn't get caught being there. There was one student who was caught, and he was actually the first student to be arrested for going to Benny Havens. And then he was almost caught again in August of 1826, but he was warned that an officer was on his way, so he left in the dark, drunk, and fell down a 60-foot ravine. He spent 4 months in the hospital. And that cadet was none other than Jefferson Davis, future president of the Confederate States of America. And what did he do almost as soon as he did get out of the hospital? Well, he started to help smuggle in liquor to make a Christmas eggnog. So in the days leading up to Christmas Eve, Davis and a bunch of his friends started sneaking in little bits of alcohol here and there. They had some wine, they had some brandy, at least 1 gallon of rum, another gallon of decent whiskey, and 2 gallons of cheap whiskey, though actually the cheap whiskey ended up not being so cheap because they had to cross the Hudson to get it, and when they came back, there was a private who was guarding the docks who was going to rat him out, so they had to bribe him with 35 cents to keep his mouth shut. They also started stealing little bits of food and sneaking it in from the kitchens so they wouldn't be drinking on an empty stomach, which just seems sensible, and they even got a big piece of mutton from Benny Havens when they realized that he was going to charge them way too much for the whiskey. Now, when the party started around midnight on Christmas Eve, it was a pretty small affair. It was 9 students in one room, room 28 of the North Barracks. As it happens with all college-age parties, it started to grow and expand into the halls and everything, and by 2 a.m. they were getting a little bit loud. So one of the students is like, everybody, quiet down, you're gonna wake the officers. And they did get quiet, but as it happens, they started to get louder and louder again, and at 4 o'clock they were so loud that they woke up Captain Ethan Allen Hitchcock, who was in his room on the ground floor. Now the thing is, both Hitchcock and even Thayer knew that the cadets were sneaking in alcohol. They thought they were real sneaky, but it was pretty obvious what they were doing. But they kind of thought, all right, we'll let it slide, we'll look the other way, it can't get crazy. But when Hitchcock was woken up at 4 a.m., he's like, no, absolutely not. So he goes upstairs, and one of the first rooms he checks is 28, and there are a bunch of students in there who are drunk. A couple of them are even passed out. And he's like, you guys, you have to go to bed. This is done. Go to bed. And supposedly they do, so he thinks he's all good, and so he goes back downstairs, goes back to bed. A few minutes later, he gets a knock at the door. He gets up out of bed, goes to check the door, and there's nobody there. Okay, goes back to bed, falls asleep, hears another knock at the door, gets back up, opens the door, there's nobody there. This happens a third time, and he's like, all right, clearly it's a ding-dong ditch. So this time he shuts the door but waits near the door, and when somebody knocks again, he opens the door just in time to see a bunch of students hooping and hollering, running down the hall, and now he's pissed. So he storms upstairs and he finds a room with 13 cadets who are clearly wasted, and he says, hand over the liquor, and they refuse to do so, and so he reads them the riot act. Well, just then Jefferson Davis busts into the room and he's like, everybody put the alcohol away, Old Hitch is coming, only to realize that Old Hitch was already there. So now Hitchcock puts all of them under arrest. And by under arrest, I mean he tells them once again to go to bed, because what is he going to do? He can't really arrest them all. Says go to bed, and some of them do. Actually, Jefferson Davis goes back to his dorm, supposedly gets sick and passes out, so he's not involved in anything after this point. Well, Captain Hitchcock thinks that everything is kind of handled, and so he goes back down and he thinks this is the end. But it was only the beginning. See, one of the students who clearly couldn't handle his liquor was said to have gathered a bunch of the other cadets and said, get your dirks and bayonets and pistols if you have them. Before this night is over, Hitchcock will be dead. Well, now the riot has truly begun, and at 5 a.m. another officer, Lieutenant William Thornton, is awoken by the beating of a drum because some of the drunk students had taken a drum from one of the cadets who was on sentry duty. The drum was there to alert people to danger. They took it and they're just walking around banging on a drum. So he gets up and goes to the dormitory only to be accosted by a cadet with a sword. And now you've got bunch of cadets, dozens of them, running around with swords, and some of them have pistols and bayonets. Everything is falling apart. They're breaking windows, especially in Hitchcock's room, though he's not actually in the room because he's still trying to get these kids to go to sleep. So Hitchcock finds a room that he knows a bunch of cadets are in because he can hear them because they're all drunk, but they have barricaded the door shut. So he's kicking at it and finally kicks it open, only to have one of the cadets raise a pistol and shoot it. And luckily, another cadet knocked his arm before he did it, and so the bullet didn't hit Hitchcock, it hit the door jamb right next to him. But at this point, Captain Hitchcock's like, yeah, I'm done, and I'm going to get help. The gun also brought the attention of Lieutenant Thornton, who had just left the student with the sword, and so he's running to where he heard the gunfire, only to be accosted by yet another cadet, this one wielding a log of some sort, and he hits Thornton and knocks him out unconscious. By now, Hitchcock has left the dormitory, and he comes up to the cadet who was on sentry duty, the one who had lost his drum, and says, "Go fetch the comm." The comm being Commandant William Worth. But some nearby drunk cadets thought he said, "Fetch the bomb," meaning the bombardiers. And so what do you do when you think that a bunch of artillerymen are going to come accost you? Well, you head back to your dorm and you brace for impact. And that's exactly what they did. They went back and started knocking out windows and taking furniture and pushing it up against the doors. They tore off the banister of the stairway, really making this place a fort for an attack that absolutely was never coming. Well, at this point, Hitchcock is like, I don't know what to do. And so he didn't really do anything for a little while. And he didn't need to, because he knew what a bunch of college-age students who were drunk were going to do as soon as the sun started to come up, which it was. They were going to pass out, and that's pretty much what happened. They all just kind of stopped. And finally, Commodore Worth comes and he's like, I don't really know what to do either, but the sun's coming up, so let's call the bugler and have him do roll call. And so the bugle plays, and most of the students, even those who were involved in the riot, come out. They were like trained to do so, so they come out and line up on the lawn for roll call. And that was pretty much the end of the riot. And what's crazy is the rest of the day just went on as normal. They didn't really address it. Even Colonel Thayer was like, I don't know what to do, because there were so many students involved. There were about 90 involved, which was like a third of the school. What exactly do we do? And finally, after a few days, they realized that the most offensive students, about 20 of them, I think 19 of them actually, would be expelled. And some of these who were expelled included future governor of Mississippi, future generals of the Confederacy, even a future Supreme Court justice, though he wasn't actually expelled because he talked his way out of it before it happened. And many of those who were expelled were actually invited back the next year. Now, Jefferson Davis didn't have to face any repercussions because he passed out before the real rioting began, and there was another famous cadet who wasn't involved at all, but he was there at the time, and that was Robert E. Lee, who was said to have been kind of a nerd and wouldn't have gotten involved in something like this, but he did get involved in a rebellion some years later. But all in all, that was the end of the Eggnog riot, at least. And so I think that it's time to try our riot-worthy eggnog. So once it's had time to sit, ladle a bit into a glass, top it with some fresh nutmeg, and here we are. Homemade eggnog from 1887. So mine's been sitting for a day, and you can see the froth stays. It just floats to the top, still really frothy. It did this with the egg whites, and it did this with the aquafaba. Cheers. Oh, that is good. That is boozy. It is boozy. You could add less. You could add more. If you wait a few days, it does mellow, I promise. But the flavor is this rich and creamy, nutmeggy flavor. The texture is wonderful. You can also serve it warm. I like it cold, but you can serve it warm. You can also switch the alcohols, put some rum in there, or really whatever you want. You can also add some other spices if you want. They're not traditional at this time, but some cinnamon or cardamom, delicious. So this is definitely worth making this holiday season. It's not that hard. You can also make a smaller batch if you want. Just cut everything in half because it does make quite a bit, but it's worth making. And yeah, I'll see you next time on Drinking History. Eggnog has to be one of my favorite Christmas recipes, especially when it's really, really boozy, worth rioting over even. Though this is, I gotta say, maybe a close second. What is not, and yet still interesting, is hot Dr. Pepper, which is up next. Everyone loves a warm beverage around the holidays. Cup of cocoa, mulled wine, hot Dr. Pepper. Yes, in the late 1960s, the holiday beverage of choice was hot Dr. Pepper. This time on Drinking History. So last week I posted this vintage ad for hot Dr. Pepper, and the reaction was so positive and rather inquisitive that I just had to try it out for myself. Anyway, the original recipe is pretty basic, and I'll let Dick Clark explain it to you.
Just heat Dr. Pepper in a saucepan till it steams, then pour over a thin slice of lemon. That's a hot idea. Yes, Dr. Pepper is delicious cold or hot.
Thanks, Dick. And I love this commercial because I feel like he's talking directly to me.
Right, Max? Hot idea.
Now, in subsequent decades, Dr. Pepper did give a few more directions, like the fact that it should be heated to 180 degrees Fahrenheit, and that because of the carbonation, it might look like it's boiling, but it is not actually boiling. But really, that's it. So for this recipe, all you need is some Dr. Pepper and a lemon. Just pour the Dr. Pepper into a saucepan, set it over medium heat, and bring it up to that 180 degrees Fahrenheit. Then cut the lemon, set a slice in a mug or cup, then ladle in some of that hot doc. That's what the kids are going to call it when this takes off, because I just know that it will. So yeah, here's our hot Dr. Pepper. Let's give it a taste. It is hot. It is flat as well. It's not bad. It tastes exactly like what it says. It tastes like hot Dr. Pepper. I looked online and a lot of people were like, oh, the lemon makes all the difference. No, it just tastes like Dr. Pepper, but flat and hot. And I like Dr. Pepper, so I don't mind this, but it's not necessarily what I would go for. Really, what it kind of reminds me of is like a sweet herbal tea. Like if you took sweet tea and heated it up, it'd be the same. Also, you can make this with Diet Dr. Pepper. They actually had Diet Dr. Pepper back in the 60s, and one of the original commercials says that you can use Diet Dr. Pepper. I kind of feel like this is the sort of drink that Dylan Hollis would make on his show. I don't know if you know Dylan Hollis, but he does a lot of kind of vintage recipes. I feel like this would be good for him. Dylan, if you're watching, make some hot Dr. Pepper. So there isn't really a great deal of history about this drink, but there is a little bit, so I will cover it. But I first wanted to remind you that the Tasting History Cookbook makes a wonderful last-minute holiday gift for the tastorians in your life, and it is filled with a lot of history and more fleshed-out recipes than the one for hot Dr. Pepper. Also, I would love it if you leave a review of the book wherever you got it. It really, really helps out a lot. So thank you so much, and now some history of hot Dr. Pepper. The story of Dr. Pepper starts at Morrison's Old Corner Drugstore in Waco, Texas in 1885. But the man who came up with the drink was not in fact named Dr. Pepper, but rather it was a pharmacist who worked at the drugstore named Charles Alderton. And he served it to all the people coming in, and they would call it Waco. But his boss, Wade Morrison, well, he wanted to give it a proper name, so he named it after Dr. Charles Pepper from Virginia, not Texas, who was the father of a girl that he had once been in love with. Seems kind of weird. Also, the doctor originally had a period after it, Dr. Pepper, which is grammatically correct, but in the 1950s they dropped it, and nobody knows why. Now, the drink may have started in the 1880s and became pretty popular in the Waco area, but it really took off in 1904 when it debuted at the St. Louis World's Fair. This was also the first time most people ever saw hot dogs and hamburgers on buns, and it's the first time that the ice cream cone was served en masse, so it's a great moment in food history. Now, Dr. Pepper was billed as the king of beverages and as a healthful tonic free of the caffeine that was in most other sodas of the day. Instead, it was the sugar that gave you that spark of energy. And in the 1930s, there was a research study done that said that most people have a lull in their energy around the hours of 10 a.m., 2 p.m., and 4 p.m. So Dr. Pepper capitalized on that and said, drink a bite to eat at 10, 2, and 4. That was actually something that my grandpa used to say every time us kids wanted a Dr. Pepper. Though we would never actually have Dr. Pepper because my grandparents wouldn't buy the name brand, so usually it was either Mr. Pibb or Dr. Thunder from Walmart. There's also a drink called Dr. Foots, which is a soda from the Svinkel family brewers in the Netherlands. And I love that on their website, they treat it like it's a fine wine, saying it has a sweet nose of marzipan, cola, and cherries. And for pairing options, it suggests popcorn, chips, and American-style fast food. And while Dr. Foots isn't exactly related to Dr. Pepper, except for the fact that they both seem to have gone to soda medical school, the name Foots is a perfect segue into hot Dr. Pepper because one of the great champions of this warm winter beverage was named Foots. Woodrow Wilson Clements got the nickname Foots in high school because he had oddly shaped toes. Seems a little cruel that they would give him a nickname based on something he was probably kind of sensitive about. I think it's kind of like Captain Hook. There's no way that Hook was actually his last name, but then he got a hook, and everybody called him Captain Hook. Not very nice. Anyway, Foots Clements didn't seem to mind the nickname, and so that's what he went by when he started working at the Dr. Pepper Company in 1942. And eventually he would actually become CEO and chairman of the board. But in the late 60s, he was a sales executive when he realized that during the summer, the friendly pepper-upper had fantastic sales that then plummeted along with the temperature. And so the marketing department came up with this amazing idea. What if our cold beverage was hot? Thus born was Hot Dr. Pepper. They pushed the stuff like crazy. Ads and television commercials were all over the place. One early commercial saying that,
Guests swing right into the holiday mood with distinctively different Hot Dr. Pepper. Today, the holiday favorite of the proud crowd. That Hot Dr. Pepper difference.
Not really sure what the proud crowd was, but sounds like a good crowd to be in. Anyway, they started selling the stuff at sporting events and even had restaurants selling it on their menu. They also hired Dick Clark to be the drink's spokesman. They even offered glasses specially designed for Hot Dr. Pepper, and for only $2.50 that you had to send in as a check or money order, you would receive 4 distinctive Hot Dr. Pepper cups. And on that post that I posted last week, one viewer commented that in the 1970s, she used to work at the Rose Bowl parade, the Tournament of Roses parade, putting roses into all of the floats. And it was really, really cold in there. And so the Dr. Pepper float would give out Hot Dr. Pepper. They had like big canisters of Hot Dr. Pepper to keep all the workers warm. I love that. But alas, as much as Dr. Pepper tried to make Hot Dr. Pepper a thing, the US was like,
stop trying to make
Hot Dr. Pepper
happen. It's not going to happen.
It did make a brief appearance in the classic Brendan Fraser film Blast from the Past from 1999 when Christopher Walken offered it up.
Hot Dr. Pepper, your favorite.
But again, that was supposed to be, as the title of the movie would suggest, in the past. And today, Hot Dr. Pepper is kind of a novelty in some parts of the South. I guess people drink it sometimes when they're not feeling well. But mostly, it's not around anymore, except in my house, where I have some Hot Dr. Pepper. And I made 4 cans of this stuff. You don't need to do that, but you should make it because it's really, really easy and kind of cool, you know? It's Hot Dr. Pepper. Yeah. Anyway, make sure to like, subscribe, check out the Tasting History Cookbook, and I'll see you next time on Drinking History.
Relax, refresh, enjoy it now.
Hot Dr. Pepper.
It's Dr. Pepper time.
The Jewish festival of Hanukkah has some wonderful food associated with it, my favorite being potato latkes, or potato pancakes. But the story of latkes begins not with potatoes nor with pancakes, but with a beheading. Can you guess, children, what is the best of all holidays? Hanukkah, of course. You don't go to school for 8 days in a row, you eat latkes every day. That is a line from Hanukkah Gelt by the famous Yiddish author Sholem Aleichem, who is probably most famous for supplying the source material for Fiddler on the Roof.
Tradition!
And while I may not be Jewish, I do appreciate the tradition of eating latkes during Hanukkah. Now, old recipes for latkes are really hard to find because the term latke is Yiddish and doesn't appear in many cookbooks, at least older ones. They tend to use the term potato pancakes or whatever translation of that in German, Ukrainian, Polish, wherever the cookbook comes from. And the first mention of the word latkes in an English publication isn't actually a recipe. It comes from a magazine called The American Mercury from February 1927. And while it's not actually a recipe, it does give some information about latkes and what they were made of 100 years ago, while the author tries to explain Hanukkah to the mostly Gentile audience. Hanukkah, to the Jewish bohar, meant not only slim yellow candles and a glistening menorah, but luscious potato latkes, pancakes made of grated raw potatoes mixed with flour and shortening and fried in schmaltz, rendered chicken fat. Dozens of these were eaten by after-supper guests who came to participate in the Hanukkah revelry. Again, not really a recipe, but it's a good place to start, and I can look at some of those older recipes for potato pancakes to get an idea of what people were actually doing in their kitchen 100 to 130 years ago. What's interesting is that the recipes aren't all that different from how latkes are still made today, with a few outliers, like some recipes include onion juice rather than a full onion or pieces of onion, and one even includes ginger in the recipe, but only one included ginger. Also, despite what the article said, I couldn't find any recipes that included shortening actually in the latke. Usually it was just used for frying. So for this recipe, which is based on an amalgam of several recipes from around the turn of the 20th century, what you'll need is 2 pounds or 1 kilogram of russet potatoes, a half onion, 2 large eggs, a quarter cup or 30 grams of matzo meal, 1 teaspoon of kosher salt, and 1 to 2 cups of schmaltz for frying. Now today a lot of other oils are used, and you can use other oils, but one of the constants in these old recipes is the use of either butter or schmaltz for frying. You can use clarified butter and that will work, but schmaltz is going to be so much easier. It's usually going to be rendered chicken fat. You can also find rendered goose fat or duck fat, and the nice thing about it is it really just makes the flavor of the latkes so much better than using most of the corn oil or canola oils that they use today. So cut your potatoes into about 2-inch pieces and don't peel them. You want to make sure that they're well scrubbed and clean, but they don't need to be peeled. Then grate them on a box grater, being careful not to grate your fingers. Then you'll do the same with the onion. Now this next part is where a lot of the old recipes differ from each other, and it is what is going to determine how crispy your latkes are going to get. Basically, we're going to put the potatoes and the onions into a bowl lined with a cheesecloth and then squeeze the liquid out of both. I'm guessing this is how you get onion juice, which is used in some of those earlier recipes, but I don't know. Now today, it's almost always imperative that you get out as much of the liquid as possible, but many of the older recipes say to just squeeze out some of the liquid. And their end product tends to be something more like a batter. You could actually spoon it. So the consistency is inconsistent throughout time and throughout different recipes. But either way, the more liquid that you get out, the crispier they will be. It's really a matter of personal taste. But once you've squeezed out all of the liquid that you want to squeeze out, you want to let the liquid sit for 2 or 3 minutes while all of the potato starch falls to the bottom of the bowl. Then you pour off all of the liquid, but keep that starch. Then mix it with the eggs, salt, and matzo meal, and finally add in the potatoes and onions and mix everything together. And here's kind of the last point that you can change the batter's consistency. If you want it to be more loose or wet, then just add more egg. And if you want it to be a little bit drier, then add either more matzo meal or just a little bit of flour. Then form them into patties about 3 to 4 inches across and gently add them to the melted schmaltz, which should be heated to around 350 degrees Fahrenheit. You're going to fry them for 3 to 4 minutes on one side until browned, and then flip them over gently and fry them for another 3 or 4 minutes on the other side. Then lift them out of the oil and let them drain on a rack over some paper towel. And to keep them nice and crispy while you fry the rest, you can put them into an oven at about 200 degrees Fahrenheit, just warm, just to keep them from getting soggy. So the thing with latkes is that they are all different, and they're supposed to be different. Some are darker brown, some are lighter brown, some are thinner, some are fatter, some have like pieces of potato coming out the sides, some are very perfectly round. It's really all varied, and it's supposed to be varied because during the 20th century it became very popular to host latke parties during Hanukkah, and if all of the latkes are the same, that would make for a very boring party. Now, what is not boring at all is the history of how latkes became associated with Hanukkah. Hanukkah, which means dedication, commemorates the expulsion of the Seleucid Greeks by Judah Maccabee and the subsequent rededication of the temple, at which time they found only enough pure oil to light the temple menorah for one night. But it was going to take 8 nights to make more pure oil, and so God had to step in with the Hanukkah miracle of having that 1 night's worth of oil last for 8. And what does this have to do with latkes? Not much. There is a connection between foods fried in oil and the oil from the menorah, but many of those connections actually are much later. The original link between latkes and Hanukkah actually comes from a completely different story, and it was very popular in medieval Europe and was part of the Hanukkah story, but it has taken a backseat in recent centuries. It's honestly one of my favorite stories from the Bible, and it was popular amongst Jews and Christians alike throughout medieval Europe. It was the focus of many pieces of art, and I don't quite know why it went away, but it did. It's not even part of the Jewish canon, and it's left out of almost all Bibles today. It's the story of Judith and Holofernes. See, when the Assyrian army, led by the general Holofernes, went to capture Jerusalem, they first had to pass a city called Bethulia. But not wanting to attack the city outright, they surrounded it instead and cut off the city's water supply. And 34 days the Israelites held out, but finally they decided that they would have to capitulate, but they would give 5 more days for God to deliver them from their fate. And Judith, who was a prominent widow in the town, did not like this. "Who are you that have put God to the test this day? Do not try to bind the purposes of the Lord our God, for God is not like man to be threatened." But at the same time, she wasn't about to let this city be pillaged and her along with it, and so she decided to take matters into her own hand, and rather boldly stated, "Listen to me, I am about to do a thing which will go down through all generations of our descendants. Stand at the city gate tonight, and I will go out with my maid. And within the days after which you have promised to surrender the city to our enemies, the Lord will deliver Israel by my hand." And the rulers of the city were basically like, "Okay, good luck, lady." And that night she and her maid left the city and walked, bold as brass, into the Assyrian camp. But instead of killing them, as you would expect them to do, the Assyrian soldiers were like the wolf in a Tex Avery cartoon. They couldn't get enough of these ladies, so they took them straight to Holofernes' tent, where Judith said that she was going to turn her back on her people and help the Assyrians not only take Bethulia, but Jerusalem as well. For 3 nights, she and her maid stayed in the camp, and on the 4th night, Holofernes invited her to his tent for dinner. It was the moment Judith had been waiting for. She breaks out some wine and cheese that her maid had been holding in a bag and offers it to Holofernes. And Holofernes was greatly pleased with her and drank a great quantity of wine, more wine than he had ever drunk in any one day since he was born. Then Judith was left alone in the tent, with Holofernes stretched out on his bed, for he was overcome with wine. He passes out, and she has her maid come in with the bag that had held the wine and cheese. Then Judith went up to the post at the end of the bed, above Holofernes' head, and took down his sword that hung there. She took hold of the hair on his head and said, "Give me strength this day, O Lord God of Israel." And she struck his neck twice with all her might, and severed his head from his body. The maid sticks the head in the bag that had held the wine and cheese, and they skedaddle back to Bethulia, where Judith holds the head up and says, "Hey everyone, look what I got." Well, the next day, their army, the Israelites, were so emboldened that they went out to the Assyrians, who were in complete disarray, and sent them away, defeating them. It's a great story. And it had absolutely nothing to do with Hanukkah. It didn't even take place during the Maccabean revolt that Hanukkah is based on. But it did have many of the same themes of the Israelites overcoming a foreign power. So during the Middle Ages, it was often told as part of the Hanukkah tradition. And it became tradition during Hanukkah to eat dairy to commemorate Judith defeating Holofernes, as it was with cheese and wine that she plied him, though I'm guessing that the wine did most of the work. And at some point, possibly in southern Italy or in Spain, the most popular dairy product to eat became a pancake of ricotta cheese and sometimes honey and egg. And Tori Avey, who has a fantastic food blog, made some of these, and I'll actually put a link in the description if you want to go check those out. And they got a mention in the 14th century by an Italian Jewish poet who says that during Hanukkah, the important women should gather, knowledgeable about making food and cooking levivot, large and round, the whole size of the frying pan. He also mentions making sufganiot, which are basically jelly donuts that are fried, and they're fantastic, again tying in with the idea of frying in oil being symbolic of the oil to light the menorah. So we got to the pancakes, but they're made of cheese, not like the potato latkes that we usually associate with latkes today, at least in America and Northern Europe. Partly because they didn't have potatoes in medieval Italy, nor in ancient Judah. In fact, latkes as we know them today probably didn't crop up until the 18th and even 19th century. See, the fried pancake tradition made its way into the Ashkenazi Jewish population of Eastern Europe, and it's they that started calling them latkes. Latkes is a Yiddish word likely coming from the Russian latka, meaning patchwork, or Ukrainian word oladka, which refers to a pancake. And that came from a medieval Greek term for cakes made with olive oil. Though it's likely that those living in Eastern Europe weren't using a lot of olive oil, but rather butter or schmaltz. And some may have been cheese latkes, but most were probably made out of buckwheat, which was the common grain at the time in the area. It wasn't until the 1700s that potatoes even made it onto the pancake scene. First was in Prussia, where Frederick the Great popularized the potato. Then in Ukraine and Poland, there were several years, 1839 and 1840, when most of the crops did not survive, and so the governments there pressed the peasantry to plant potatoes to become the new major crop of the area. Potatoes found their way into much of the traditional cuisine in all of Eastern Europe, especially Jewish cuisine like kugel, cholent, knishes, and of course latkes. And these are the dishes that the Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews brought to America in the 19th century. And like I said, most of the recipes from this time called for butter or schmaltz to be used for the frying. Schmaltz seemed to be most popular in and around New York City. But both butter and schmaltz had their days numbered, for there was a new fat on the scene. Rabbi Margulies of New York said that the Hebrew race had been waiting 4,000 years for Crisco, because Crisco was kosher. But it wasn't Crisco that lit the menorah in the temple all those millennia ago, it was olive oil. And so olive oil, as it became cheaper and more readily available here in the United States, became the de facto oil to use for frying latkes for many people, either that or another vegetable oil like corn oil. But since our recipe comes from 100 years ago, I'm sticking with the schmaltz. So once all of the latkes are fried, they are ready to eat. But not alone. Never alone. Every old recipe says that they are served with something else. Some old recipes say tomato preserves. One from 1951 says serve hot with applesauce, cranberry sauce, sour cream, and or creamed cottage cheese. For me, I like to go with what is the most common today, which is either the applesauce or the sour cream. And here we are. Potato latkes ready for your Hanukkah latke party. I'm gonna go with applesauce. Let's give it a go. Still quite hot. It's so crunchy. Yet there's like a slim layer in the middle that is creamy. Almost like mashed potatoes. It's not mashed potatoes, but almost. Like, it's fantastic. Use the schmaltz. Please, use the schmaltz. The schmaltz just adds this richness that you're not going to get with any other kind of vegetable oil, olive oil. It's just not going to give you that depth. And potatoes are fairly mild in flavor. You know, the onion, you can add a little bit of pepper and everything, but it's the fat that really gives you the flavor. So whether you're Jewish or not, I say make yourself some latkes. They're a little bit of work, but not all that much work, and they're so absolutely worth it. It's fried potatoes. What's not to like? And try the different toppings. Sour cream, I like sour cream on them. Applesauce, tomato preserves maybe. I'm up for anything. So have a happy Hanukkah, and I will see you next time on Tasting History. When I think of Italian Christmas, I think of panettone and Dominique the Italian Christmas Donkey. And if you haven't heard that song, go look it up after we make this 130-year-old recipe for panettone. Now today's recipe comes from the 1891 cookbook, nay, masterpiece, La scienza in cucina e l'arte di mangiare bene by Pellegrino Artusi. And there's not much controversy around the book or him. In fact, he's often called the father of Italian cuisine. No, the controversy comes from one specific recipe. Si panettone Marietta seems like a pretty standard recipe until you realize there is no yeast. I'm skeptical. See, a traditional panettone usually takes 3 days to make and includes 24 hours of multiple rises. But Artusi did not have that kind of patience, so his recipe employs baking soda and cream of tartar. And despite the multitude of mamma mias that I'm going to get from my Italian audience, I did decide to make this recipe for 2 reasons. First, other recipes for panettone haven't really changed much over the last 120 years, and so you might as well just go buy a panettone if you want to see what it tasted like back then, which I have, and I'm going to be using this as my control when I taste the other version. Second, I wanted to see what this other version not only tastes like, but also feels like, the texture, because it is going to be quite different, but Artusi really talks it up. Panettone Marietta. My Marietta is a good cook and so good-hearted and honest that she deserves that I name this cake after her, especially since she taught me how to make it. In winter, soften the butter and mix it with the eggs. Add the flour and milk a little at a time, then the rest of the ingredients minus the sultanas and powders, which you should save for last. But before adding them, work the mixture for at least half an hour. Pour it into a mold twice as large as the amount of batter, grease the walls with butter, sprinkle with powdered sugar mixed with flour, and bake in the oven. This panettone deserves to be recommended because it's much better than the Milan panettone that's sold in stores, and requires little trouble to make. The shade he throws at that Milan-style panettone, vicious! You don't often find trash talk in a recipe. Now, the woman who lends her name to this recipe is Marietta Sabatini, who started out as his housekeeper and then became his cook and really his personal assistant, who was very, very instrumental in all of his work. And when you learn that she was a housekeeper and cook, you realize why this recipe is the way that it is. She didn't have time to be making 3-day bread. She's a busy woman. And for that recipe, what you'll need is 2 3/4 cups or 300 grams of sifted cake flour, 7 tablespoons or 100 grams of unsalted butter, softened, a heaping 1/3 cup or 80 grams of sugar, a 1/2 cup or 80 grams of sultanas. You can use dark or light sultanas or raisins. The gold sultanas are supposed to represent gold coins that you will get in the new year, but dark sultanas will probably look better. Whichever you use, pour a little water to plump them up. Oops, I accidentally used Jamaican rum instead. Oh well. Luckily, either rum or whiskey are perfectly acceptable for a traditional panettone. 1 whole egg and 2 yolks, 3/4 teaspoon of salt, 1 tablespoon or 10 grams of cream of tartar, 1 teaspoon or 5 grams of baking soda, a heaping tablespoon or 20 grams of candied fruit in tiny pieces, the zest of 1 lemon, and 4/5 of a cup or 200 milliliters of milk. So first, whip the butter in a large bowl and then add the eggs and mix until smoothish. It's probably going to look curdled, but that's actually okay. Next, add in the sifted flour and the milk just a bit at a time, alternating between the two. Now at this point, you should have a nice smooth batter similar to a very thick pancake batter. You don't want it too loose because all of the fruit and sultanas will just fall to the bottom when you bake it, so go to the thicker side. Then mix in the sugar and the salt, then the lemon zest and the candied fruit. At this point, he says to mix it for a half hour, but if you're using a stand mixer or a hand mixer, about 7 or 8 minutes should do just fine. Then mix in the sultanas, and finally in a separate bowl, add the cream of tartar to the baking soda, mix them together, and then add them to the batter and stir until incorporated. Then you have to decide what size panettone you want. You can go with the traditional large size or the also quite traditional slightly smaller size. Now, this is probably going to be determined on what they have at the store because you didn't think far ahead enough to order a larger size, so you had to go with what was available. But luckily, the smaller size is probably going to be even better because you're not going to finish the whole thing in one sitting then, and that's sensible. Whichever you choose, whisk together a bit of powdered sugar and flour, and then butter the mold and coat the inside with the mixture. Then add the batter until it's just a little more than halfway up the side of the mold, and then set them on a baking sheet and pop them into the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius for 50 minutes to an hour. And while they bake, we can look back on the history, most of which I'm pretty sure is just made up, of panettone. so nobody knows when the first panettone was made. The ancient Romans had breads with fruit and sweetened with honey, but they wouldn't bear much resemblance to a panettone. Nor would the sweet fruit-filled breads of medieval Italy, because they would more resemble a modern-day fruitcake. But just because nobody actually knows where panettone started, that doesn't mean that they haven't pretended like they did by making up outlandish stories. The two most famous stories take place in the 1490s during the reign of Ludovico Sforza, Duke of Milan and famed patron of Leonardo da Vinci. The first story begins in the palace on Christmas Eve. Upstairs, the castle is brimming with merriment, guests of Il Duce dancing and working up an appetite for the Christmas feast. Particularly for the Christmas dessert, possibly a mince pie, who knows. But downstairs, the chef has just opened the door to the oven to find that his dessert has burnt. "I'm ruined," he says, and he would have been if he didn't have a lowly kitchen servant named Tony who came up to him and said, "The Duke can have my Christmas dessert." It seems that Tony had a little loaf of Christmas bread that he made with eggs and butter and sugar and fine flour and raisins that he had gotten from the cupboard. Well, the chef was so happy that he decided to overlook the fact that little Tony was a thief and had stolen food from the pantry of the Duke, a crime that would probably put him in prison, and instead took the bread up to Sforza for him to eat. Well, the Duke tried it, he loved it, and said, "Who made this bread?" And the chef sent up Tony and said, it was my assistant, Tony, and Sforza dubbed the bread pane di Tony, or bread of Tony. Now, the other story has a lot of similarities, but instead of a poor little kitchen boy, it's a nobleman who bakes the bread. See, Ughetto degli Atalani was a noble in the court of Duke Ludovico Sforza, and Ughetto had fallen in love with Adalgisa, the daughter of a baker named Tony. Do you see where this is going? Well, Ughetto wanted to marry Adalgisa, but to do so he needed the Duke's permission, and there was no way that Sforza was going to allow such a mismatched marriage to take place in his court. But Ughetto had an idea. He dressed up as a peasant and went to work in the bakery, but when he got to the bakery, he brought along some ingredients that only a wealthy noble would be able to afford for their bread, like fine flour, eggs, sugar, raisins, and butter. Well, somehow this Italian noble learned how to bake bread, and he did so with aplomb, making such a wondrous loaf that by selling them, the baker himself became wealthy. Even Duke Sforza tried this loaf coming from Tony's bakery and loved it so much that he dubbed it pane di Tony. And somehow, this made it okay for the nobleman to marry the daughter of the now, I guess, wealthy baker. It makes no sense. Neither story makes any sense, but that's how it is, and you just kind of wonder how much of history is just people making up stories. Anyway, obviously, the name panettone did not come from pan del Tony or pan di Tony or anything to do with anyone named Tony. It's probably more mundane, like a combination of the words panetto and one, which come to basically mean large cake. Though in his History of Milan, the 18th century writer Pietro Veri called it pane di tono, which in his dialect meant luxury cake. And it was probably that luxury cake that was served to the students of the Collegio Borromeo in Pavia in 1599. Records show that the students were given a Christmas bread of butter and raisins. Now, by the end of the 19th century, in Milan, there was a bread called panettone that was made around Christmas, and it was rather labor-intensive to make. But the 3-day labor-intensive process didn't become popular until after World War I. In 1919, Angelo Motta came home from military service and opened a bakery in Milan. And he is credited with standardizing the 3-day baking process as well as cooling the bread upside down so that it doesn't collapse in on itself. This gives the modern panettone its classic shape, and Motta's cakes sold like gangbusters. Until 1921, only 2 years later, when rival baker Gioacchino Alemagna said, "Well, if Angelo can do it, so can I," and thus kicked off the panettone wars of the 1920s and 30s. Though it seems to have just ended in a stalemate because both Motta and Alemagna panettone are still available for purchase today. Now, those two are what you would call the traditional panettone, but as Italians traveled the world, they brought panettone with them and changed it up. They added things like chocolate and figs and different cream fillings, and since the mid-1800s in Lima, Peru, it's been made with candied papaya. So even though our panettone Marietta is quite different from the traditional Motta or Alemagna panettone, it comes from a long line of bastardized panettone recipes, so I think we're in the clear. So you'll know that your panettone is done when the top has puffed up into a dome and has a couple cracks on it and just starts to brown. Then take them out of the oven and let them cool. Since these aren't yeasted, you don't have to cool them upside down, but that'd be fun. And here we are, panettone Marietta. All right, so the color is beautiful, but a lot of my fruit fell to the bottom. There's some scattered around, but the majority fell to the bottom. That's a mess up on my part. Make your batter a little bit thicker. It's so hard to tell with a new recipe. It's kind of something that you gotta test out. Let's give it a shot. It's a little dry, but the flavor is very nice. I thought it might be kind of dry simply based on the quantities of ingredients that Artusi calls for. It's good. The flavor is very, very nice. And it would be really good with like a cup of coffee, or very often today, panettone is eaten with a little bit of mascarpone cheese. That'd be great. The thing is, even the regular panettone is often dry. Let's give it a shot. I'm a barbarian. I'm going to just tear off some, obviously the fruit is very well incorporated, and you can tell that the texture is just going to be more bread-like than cake-like. The other one has a cake-like crumb. This is more bread-like. Let's give it a shot. What's interesting is that the flavor is almost identical. The texture is not. The texture of this is much lighter. I mean, that's what the 3 days is for, to get that light, airy texture. And it's not too dry. I've had drier panettone. Yeah, Artusi, you're wrong. The Milan style, Milanese panettone is better. And so the verdict is, while this is easy, it doesn't take much time, just go buy your panettone. That's also easy, and that doesn't take much time, and it's really, really wonderful. But no matter what you eat this holiday season, make sure to have a Merry, Merry Christmas, and follow me on Instagram, Tasting History with Max Miller, and I will see you next time on Tasting History. I'm sticking with the old panettone. Meh. So I don't know if you've heard this, but they're not making shortbread any longer. Luckily for us, we have a 250-year-old recipe, so we can make our own shortbread. So today's recipe comes from 1779 from a Scottish cookbook called Cookery and Pastry, as taught and practiced by Mrs. McIver, teacher of those arts in Edinburgh. I apologize now for going in and out of a bad Scottish brogue throughout this video. Now, while this isn't the first shortbread recipe, that being about 40 years before this one, it is almost identical, and I chose this one because I love the word choice that Mrs. McIver uses. It's just charming. Take a peck of flour and 4 pounds of butter, English, or 3 pounds Scots weight. Put the butter on to come a boil, make a hole in the flour and pour the boiling butter in it. Work the flour and butter a little while together. Pour in a muchkin of good yeast amongst the paste. Work it together, but not too much. Divide the paste and roll it out oval. Then cut through the middle and plait it at the ends. If you make it sweet, allow a pound of sugar to the peck of flour at least. If you want it very rich, put in citron, orange peel, and almonds. Strew white carvy on the top. Remember to prick it well on top. So when I first read it, I read it as munchkin of yeast. You need a munchkin of yeast. What is that? It's actually a muchkin of yeast, which was a Scottish unit of volume in the 17th and 18th century that's equal to about 425 milliliters. We won't need near that much because I am cutting this recipe way back. The other word that threw me was carvy. You strew white carvy on top if you want it rich. I couldn't figure out what that was until I said it in my bad Scottish brogue. So you strew carvy. Carvy is caraway, and I actually confirmed that with some old Scottish dictionaries. It is caraway, and they used caraway sometimes on Scottish shortbread at this time. Cookies and baked shortbread with carvy nicely done, and oatmeal cakes. Now, what really makes this recipe stand out from modern shortbread is the addition of yeast, so I'm really curious what that's going to do to the texture. Also, in modern shortbread, there's pretty much always sugar, and in her base recipe, she does not include sugar. It's an option if you want to make it sweet. She also gives the option to add the almonds and the candied citron and candied peel, as well as the caraway seeds. I'm not going to add those because I'm curious about the texture compared to modern shortbread and I don't want anything to interfere with that. But I am going to be adding sugar. All you'll need for this recipe is 4 cups or 480 grams of flour, 2.5 cups or 285 grams of melted butter, 1/4 cup or 50 grams of sugar, and a yeast mixture made with 2 teaspoons of dried yeast mixed into 1/4 cup of water with a tablespoon of flour added in. Mix it up and then just let it sit for about 30 minutes. At that point, if it's nice and frothy, then you can start boiling your butter on the stove. Now you want it boiling, but you don't want it to burn, so keep it moving around the pot as you cook it. Then pour it into a bowl with the flour and mix it into a dough. Also, if you are going to use almonds or candied peel, add it to the flour before you add the butter. Also, so you don't burn your hands, don't use your hands for this first mixing. Go ahead and use a spatula or a spoon. Once everything is incorporated and the dough has cooled down so that it's warm but not scalding, add in the yeast mixture. Then mix it a bit, then add in the sugar and work the dough for another 2 to 3 minutes or until it's nice and smooth. And then you can shape the dough. Now, the thing is, I could not make heads or tails of what she is trying to describe in this recipe. She says to roll it out, the pieces out into ovals, and then to cut through the middle and plait at the ends. I cannot picture this process, and I went through quite a bit of dough trying to figure out what she meant. I made cuts every which way, I tried plaiting it every way, and I don't know how you plait dough that isn't in strands, and I don't know how she gets strands from what she's describing. If someone knows what she means, please tell me in the comments because I would love to know. I got very, very frustrated trying to shape this dough, and so I ended up just doing ovals. Whatever you do though, make sure to prick or dock the dough before sliding it into the oven at 325 degrees Fahrenheit or 165 Celsius for about 35 minutes. And while that bakes, let us ponder what makes shortbread shortbread. Shortbread, peculiar name. Not the short part. The short part means it is short, which is the crispy kind of crumbly texture, and that comes from the heavy addition of a lot of shortening, in this case, butter. Today when we say shortening, we usually mean like Crisco or vegetable shortening, but shortening is any fat that is a solid at room temperature. Lard, butter, tallow, all the good stuff. Now, what I find odd is the bread part. Now, I understand if you consider this Caledonian confection a cookie or a biscuit or even a cake, but bread? Hardly. But it may have that name because at one time it probably was bread. Shortbread likely started out in the Middle Ages as leftover bread that was baked at a low temperature for a long time to dry it out, extending its shelf life, similar to the hardtack that we made a while back. By the way, I still have some of that hardtack, and when it's a year old, coming up very soon, I am going to use it to make a recipe, which is how hardtack should be used. You don't just eat it, so be on the lookout for that. Year-old hardtack. Wish me luck. Now, over time, this rock-hard bread changed into something that was more palatable, and nobody really knows when that happened. It's possible that it took place during the Old Alliance, which started in 1295 as a pact between the kingdoms of Scotland and France against England under the reign of Edward Longshanks, Hammer of the Scots. For context, he was the king in Braveheart, which, for all of its historical faults, and there are very, very many, I do love that movie. Anyway, Scotland and France hated England, and for about 300 years, they teamed up. And sometime during this period, butter was introduced to this hard bread. Which completely makes sense, because anytime a lot of butter is added to a dish, there's usually some Frenchman behind it. God bless him. Now, this change in the recipe made it so shortbread was really no longer bread, but it's said that the bakers of Scotland refused to change the name because the sale of bread was taxed lower than that of biscuits and other confections. If that's true, then in essence, the name shortbread is just a way to evade some taxes. Now, this tax-dodging biscuit was probably eaten throughout the Middle Ages by many people, but it never really made it into the history books, not until the 16th century when it found a celebrity to give it an endorsement. And in Scotland at the time, there was no greater celebrity than Mary, Queen of Scots, the Beyoncé of the House of Stuart. Tradition says that during her reign, Mary was an avid eater of shortbread, specifically petticoat tails. That's when shortbread is baked in a large circle and then cut as one would cut a pizza. They're often made in molds like this one so that you get a wonderful embossed design on the petticoat tails. And nobody really knows from where the term petticoat tails came in relation to shortbread. Some people say that it was a corruption of the Old French petit gastel, meaning little cake, but it could have also simply been that they resembled women's petticoats, especially the ones worn around the Elizabethan era. Whatever the reason, this was and still is today one of the traditional ways of shaping shortbread. The other ways are either in a tray bake, you kind of bake the whole thing and then while it's still hot you cut it into fingers, or just in round cookies. None of those ways are what Mrs. McIver is trying to describe in her recipe, at least I don't think so. Now we don't know exactly what was in the shortbread of the time of Mary Queen of Scots, but it likely had yeast, and by the 18th century when recipes started being written down, they pretty much all did include yeast. That went away during the 19th century with the addition of an egg, which stuck around for most of the Victorian age, and then that went away, leading to the modern shortbread, which is just flour, sugar, butter.
What more do you want?
So with a pedigree that includes Mary Queen of Scots, there's no denying that shortbread is as Scottish as Sean Connery in a kilt. In fact, the 19th century Scottish historian Thomas Henderson called shortbread the triumph of Scottish baking on the old national lines. But why its association with this particular time of year? I mean, you can eat shortbread at any time of year, but traditionally it was served at weddings and at Yuletide. Now one reason was probably because with the amount of butter that was in it, it was a rather expensive treat and so saved for special occasions. Though when it comes to the Scottish weddings, it may have been used because it crumbles so well. In 1818, Edinburgh Magazine described a ritual. When they reach the bridegroom's door, some cakes of shortbread are broken over the bride's head. It is a peculiar favor to obtain the smallest crumb of this cake, which is known by the name of dreaming bread, as it possesses the talismanic virtue of favoring such as lay it below their pillow with a nocturnal vision of their future partner for life. Sometimes they would put a little sweet in the bread, but if you touched the sweet, then that meant that you were going to be an old maid. Wah, wah. But when it comes to Yule, the tradition of eating shortbread goes much further back. The custom is thought to have descended from the eating of the Yule bannock in pagan days. The bannock was a flat, unleavened cake in a round shape that often had the ends kind of twisted going around it so that it resembled the sun, perfect for the solstice. And some early descriptions of shortbread include this shape. And this sun-shaped shortbread would be enjoyed throughout the season, but especially on Hogmanay, or the Scottish New Year. By the way, I don't think I've ever come across any word that has been spelled as many ways as this word. It was first written in 1443, spelled Hognanes, and over the centuries has been spelled in all of these ways, and I'm pretty sure most of them just come from English people trying to figure out what the word was through a thick Scottish brogue, then giving up and spelling it pretty much however they wanted. Anyway, one tradition that has been associated with Hogmanay since time immemorial is first footers, or those who go visiting from house to house in the wee sma' hours of New Year morning. Often it was simply whoever first showed up to the house, usually a friend or a family member. But at different times and different places in Scotland, there were specific people who went from house to house to house, almost as some sort of like New Year's duty. And I'm really hoping that this is not the case any longer, but as recently as 100 years ago, in parts of Scotland and on the Isle of Man, it was considered good luck if the person who came to your door had dark hair and a dark complexion. And it was unlucky if that person had blonde or red hair. And many folklorists think that superstition dates back all the way to the time of the Vikings, because at that point, if someone showed up to your doorstep with blonde or red hair, they usually had an axe in their hand. Anyway, these first footers often came with a gift, either some shortbread or a black bun, and that sometimes it could be salt or a piece of coal or a glass of whiskey. I know which one I would prefer. Tangent, that black bun is a sort of dark black fruitcake that has pepper in it and then is wrapped in pastry. And it was originally meant for Twelfth Night, but then when the Puritans banned Christmas in the 1600s, they moved the cake to Hogmanay. And I really want to try it simply because of how some 19th century authors wrote about it. One was a poem from around 1900 called Invocation to the Black Bun, and it ends, "Fierce raisin devils and gay currant sprites hold lightsome leapfrog in a pastry hell." What an exciting dish. And the great Robert Louis Stevenson, while writing about the lead-up to hogmanay in 19th century Edinburgh, wrote, "For weeks before, the great morning confectioners display stacks of Scotch blackbun, a dense black substance inimical to life, and full moons of shortbread adorned with mottes of peel or sugar plum in honor of the season and the family affections." And while it's that dense black substance inimical to life that I'm curious to try one of these days, for today it is the full moons of shortbread for us. So you'll know your shortbread is ready when the edges just start to brown. Then take them out of the oven and let them cool completely. And here we are, 18th century Scottish shortbread. So I feel like they do puff up a little bit more than modern shortbread, but it doesn't really hold that shape because you're not working it enough to get the gluten going, and she says don't knead it too much, so not exactly sure why they put in the yeast, and maybe that's why it's not in there anymore, but let's give it a shot anyway. So it's definitely short. I mean, it really crumbles, so the texture is already quite similar just by the look of it to modern shortbread. Maybe a little bit different, I think, because of the melted butter. Let's give it a shot. The texture is actually quite different. I need coffee. So the flavor is very similar. It's not as sweet because there's probably not as much sugar as they use today. But what's really different is the texture. At first it feels the same, but it literally just dissolves in your mouth, which at first is kind of cool. And then it turns into like paste, and it's really hard to eat. It's good, but you can't, you have to have something to drink with these. It's like eating glue. In a good way, as long as you have something to wash the glue down with. I mean, the flavor is very nice though, so I could probably eat these. And I will see you in the new year. Have a happy hogmanay, and I'll see you next time on Tasting History. If you've ever read A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, you may recollect a Christmas punch called Smoking Bishop. And seeing as Christmas is just around the corner, I've decided to make myself a big bowl of Victorian Smoking Bishop. This time on Drinking History. So at the end of A Christmas Carol, after Scrooge has had his change of heart, he takes his poor clerk, Bob Cratchit, aside and says, "A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of Smoking Bishop, Bob." And that Smoking Bishop is just one of many types of hot punch or mulled wine or wassail, whatever you want to call it. Mostly I'm going to be working from a recipe written in 1836, just 7 years before Dickens published A Christmas Carol. And I chose it, one, because it's one of the earliest, if not the earliest recipe, and because I love the name of both the book and the pseudonym for the author. It's called Apician Anecdotes, or Tales of the Table, Kitchen, and Larder, by Dick Hummelbergius Secundus. And yes, that word Apician comes from our old friend from ancient Rome, Apicius. Now the recipe is rather long, so I'm going to read a condensed version, though I'll put the entire thing in the description. Make incisions into the rind of a lemon, stick cloves in, and roast the said lemon by the fire. Put small quantities of cinnamon, mace, cloves, and allspice, and a race of ginger into a saucepan with a half pint of water. Let it boil until it be reduced 1/2. Boil 1 bottle of port wine, burn a portion of the spirit out of it by applying a lighted taper to the saucepan which contains it. Put the roasted lemons and spice into the wine. Stir it up well and let it stand near the fire 10 minutes. Put in the sugar with the juice of half a lemon and serve it with the lemon and spice floating in it. Now, like I said, there are many recipes for Smoking Bishop, one of the most famous and oft-quoted by Eliza Acton. It was published just a few years after this one, and it is taken word for word from this recipe, except that she does add nutmeg at the end, making it completely her own recipe, I guess. She also says, Bishop is frequently made with a Seville orange stuck with cloves and slowly roasted, and its flavor to many tastes is infinitely finer than that of the lemon. But finding Seville oranges today, at least where I live, is very, very difficult, so you can feel free to use pretty much any citrus you want, either oranges or lemons, or even a little bit of grapefruit to add that bitterness. It's up to you. Personally, I'm going to use 2 Meyer lemons, which are fantastic, and 1 orange. Then 24 cloves, 2 sticks of cinnamon, a 1/4 teaspoon ground mace, an 1/8 teaspoon ground cloves, a 1/4 teaspoon ground allspice, and an inch of ginger peeled and sliced. Then 1 1/4 cup or 300 milliliters of water, a 1/2 cup or 65 grams powdered sugar. You can use regular granulated sugar, but it just doesn't mix in as well. The juice of 1/2 lemon, and 1 750 milliliter bottle of ruby port. I'm using a bottle of Sandeman Fine Ruby Port that I got from Curiata. Now, I've mentioned them before. They are a great way to find some of the less common spirits and liquors and have them shipped from online. They come straight to your door. They're fantastic. I'll put a link in the description where you can get this bottle as well as several of my favorite holiday spirits. But you can feel free to use any ruby port. Now, I wouldn't use a tawny port, 1, because ruby port is more historically accurate for this recipe, and 2, because tawny ports tend to be a little finer, a little more expensive, and you don't want to go mulling a very expensive bottle of port. Just go with something nice, but less expensive, like this one. So first, take your citrus and cut 8 small incisions into each, then insert a clove into each cut. Set these on a lined baking sheet and put them in an oven at 300 degrees Fahrenheit or 150 Celsius for about 1 hour and 20 to 1 hour and 30 minutes. You'll know when they're done because they'll be very soft to the touch. Once they're roasted, add the water to a small saucepan and then stir in all of the spices, and then set it on the stove and bring to a light boil. Just like a simmer, you want it to reduce by about half, which takes 15 to 20 minutes. While it reduces, pour the port into another larger pot and set it over a medium flame until it just simmers. Now, the recipe says to boil it, but most of the other recipes say to not boil it, and I would say just get a light simmer. That's really what you want. It also says that you can burn away some of the spirit. I don't know why they would do that, but that you can burn away some of the spirit with a taper, a candle. I used a regular, like a click flame, whatever that is called. But if you're gonna do that, be very, very careful because it's very flammable and I nearly burned our house down. A lighter, it's called a lighter. How could I not remember that? Now, once it starts to simmer, add in the water with the spices and the roasted citrus and let it simmer for another 10 minutes. Then add in the lemon juice and the sugar and whisk until dissolved, and then take it off the heat. Now, you can drink it right now, but you can also let it sit covered overnight for the flavors to really develop and then reheat it the next day, which is what I'm going to do. And while the wine is mulling, I pose you 2 questions. What is Bishop, and why is it smoking? So before I answer those 2 questions, let me answer another, and that is, why am I at my table for drinking history instead of behind the bar? A few people asked last week, and the reason that I'm giving is because I'm just going to do mixed drinks at the bar. The real reason is because it's covered in Christmas Lego sets and I didn't have anywhere else to put them. So I'm at the table. Now, the first mention of bishop that I could find that wasn't either an ecclesiastical post or a pin-headed chess piece came from Samuel Johnson's dictionary in 1755. Bishop, a cant word for a mixture of wine, oranges, and sugar. Sounds about right. And these oranges would have been, as I mentioned, Seville oranges, which were very popular in England at the time. Jonathan Swift, the author of Gulliver's Travels and A Modest Proposal, agreed with the choice of fruit when he wrote, "Fine orange, well roasted, with sugar and wine in a cup. They'll make a sweet bishop when gentle folks sup." But by the time most of the actual recipes start coming around, the orange has all but left and been replaced with lemons. And I don't exactly know why that is, unless maybe Seville oranges had become rarer in England or they just used them to make marmalade. Not quite sure. What I do know is that among the Oxford nightcaps, Bishop appears to be one of the oldest winter beverages on record, and to this very day is preferred to every other, not only by the youthful votary of Bacchus at his evening revelry, but also by the grave Dawn by way of a nightcap. That was Dick Hummelbridgius Secundus, and he goes on to say that the reason that it's called bishop is because in ancient times when bishops and other clerics would visit Oxford, they would give them this mulled cider, mulled wine. And that is not true by any stretch of the imagination, probably because there were no oranges in England in ancient times. I'm not sure what ancient meant, but they were pretty new in the 17th and 18th century. No, the drink probably actually gets its name from its color, and there's actually an entire group of mulled wines with citrus and spices called ecclesiastics. And they're all named so because their color is reminiscent of the garb worn by different members of the clergy. A bowl of Pope is made with Burgundy, Cardinal, Champagne, Archbishop, Claret, Churchwarden, ginger wine and raisins, and Chorister, white wine. And that's why Smoking Bishop is made with ruby port, because it makes a purple drink, just like the purple robes of bishops at the time. As to the question of why it's smoking, well, just look at it. The steam looks kind of like smoke. And the English just loved their hot drinks at this time. Wine could be heated with a red-hot poker out of the fire, and if I didn't have a gas fireplace, that's what I was going to do, maybe next year. It could also be heated with an ale warmer over the fire, or as I'm doing, in a pot on the stove. So if you have waited for your bishop to mull overnight, then reheat it on the stove until it's smoking. And here we are, a big bowl of Smoking Bishop. It's interesting, you can see the oils from the citrus kind of floating on top. Curious how that's going to affect the taste. Now, some of the old recipes say you can add rum or brandy at this point, but I'm going to stick with just the port for the moment. Let's give it a shot. Oh, it smells so good, so Christmassy. It's similar to Glühwein or Glögg or any of those wonderful mulled wines around Europe at this time of year, but the citrus really adds something. It's not particularly orangey or lemony, but it adds that, like, the zest, like you get from a lemon zest or something. It just adds that extra zing that really kind of elevates it above the common mulled wine. So I definitely suggest that you make this or the Smoking Pope or the Smoking Archbishop, whichever wine you like, mull it up with some spices and citrus and enjoy on a nice winter evening or for Christmas Eve or whatever else you want. And I will see you next time on Drinking History. So if you've stuck with me through this entire marathon, let me raise my glass to you and wish you a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and a Happy Holidays all around, and I will see you next time on Tasting History. Cheers.